So you're live, guys.
Hello, everybody.
Hi everyone.
So
So
now,
can you bring your chair a little bit forward, forward, a little bit more. Yes, more forward. Yes, bring your chair forward. Yes. Okay, a little bit more, a little bit more. Yes, good. All right, good. Okay. Alan says hello. Hey, Alan, how are you doing?
Hi.
So we are here again. This time we're gonna have. I'm off camera this time. So I have here my good friend Edson Yanaga, and Edson is from Red Hat, and he's running the developer relations program for Red Hat, and he's been talking about containers for quite some time. And I have here Ihor from Jelastic, and Ihor has been developing containers for quite some time, right? He's one of the main architects of Jelastic. So I think we can have a very, very good conversations. We are right here in the sunny Malaga in Spain. It's a pretty neat, nice day, and we're outside having a good conversation here about containers. So I'm going to start with an easy question for you guys to answer. Let me start with Ihor here. So Ihor, why are containers important? And then now let Edson answer that too.
Our containers are very important just because it can unlock new abilities which actually were never possible before. Despite on the fact the containers is not a new technology, so technology is rather old. It's for 15 years already, but unfortunately it could be used in fact only these years. So that only these years it becomes more and more popular, and now we can use the full power of container. So we can do many things that we couldn't do with virtual machines. And one of topics we are going to discuss today is live migration, that is ability to divide software from the hardware, to make a software more abstract, to be free from the hardware, from the platform, to make it like a fish in the ocean that can just swim from one part of the ocean to another part of the ocean without being locked. So we are going to show people that what is possible to do with containers, what new abilities are unlocked from now, and how to use this, how to use it in practice, what problems can we solve with this, and really to show people that it's something like they never tried before, because it's actually tomorrow begins today. So we need to start with this, and just to give people more knowledge how to use this correctly. And that's what we're gonna talk today.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So how about you, Edson? Why containers are important for the guys that are watching us?
Okay, I'm gonna.
So just before you say, so Ian is online. He's saying this that he can hear fine. Alan's also online. He can say fine, and Hendrik's also online. So thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us. So Edson, why containers are important for all the developers?
Okay, I'm gonna give a provocative answer. And since containers are old technology, the problem is containers enable a lot of things, but they allow more application density in your current infrastructure. But why it took so many time from operations to this container thing come to developers? And that's the provocative part, because I believe I'm a software developer, so I'm pretty sure, at least from my point of view, the developers maybe are some of the most important people in the world, because the developers enable change, and we want to change the world that we live. So while operations, they have all this powerful stuff, but operations, they're the guys that keeps the things running. They just try to make the thing that's working correctly, and they are worried about uptime and everything else. But developers want to change, and now that container technology came to the developer side, now that container Docker in particular enabled developers to be able to use containers in an effective and easy way. I think now that we can really take the true benefits of container, which is enabling developers to deploy and develop their applications faster and getting that in production, which is a much bigger benefit than just using containers to encapsulate things in the server side, or allowing more container density.
Excuse me for interruption, like a delivery mission, just to deliver software more faster. So not just like technology installation, but also delivery.
Yeah. So I think it has everything to do about developers, because powerful technology, but hard to use, or even worse. You had this technology, it was confined. Sometimes you had to be root to use containers, and no sysadmins allows developers to be root. Now I think we have the best match. We can enable people, and we can still run applications in a secure and safe way in the server side. That's why everybody's talking about containers now, because developers are able to use that, and not just sysadmins, because developers are the ones that make things happen in the software world.
Okay, so now let me ask you another question. So what do you guys think that is the main reason why finally containers, because you guys said the containers are not so new, but now there is an uproar about containers in the last couple of years. We all know that Docker kind of changed the way people think about, but it's not only Docker, right? I mean, what else is going on around the containers industry that actually made developers pay attention to containers?
It's a kind of revolution and evolution. Revolution because actually not so many people were trying this for many years, and evolution because it's not still the end point, because I do expect that a bit later we will have another more more advanced kind of containers that will be like a kind of application with all the dependencies and nothing special. It's like teeny container which will even not encapsulate network, but only those things that are needed. For example, if you have an infrastructure and this particular component which is in container doesn't need a network, that they just process some kind of logic that should not get access to network, and that one that access, for example, database component should not be able to access network as well. So that should be like endpoint for container should be more thin kind of container that we do have now. So that's still not the end, and we do believe that it's just only the beginning. But it's like a very hot point when everybody started to work on it, because for latest 15 years that was like a only beginning stage, and now we can say that it's a middle stage, but definitely still not the end. So we will gonna move it forward.
Okay. And if I get to answer this question, I would like to say that if I was to create a new startup today, I would definitely use Hub in the end of the name, because I think that's the real thing that's created this whole ecosystem around Git was GitHub. And I think that the true enabler of Docker was Docker Hub, because you had the formats, you had APIs, we had a lot of different formats and different APIs. But the thing that really got the spotlights around containers and for sure around Docker was Docker Hub, because people could publish their work, people could reuse work from other people's using containers into their local machine, hassle-free installing anything that you wanted to develop or test in your machine. So I think that the key enabler, just as Git was GitHub, for Docker was Docker Hub. If I had something, I would create a something hub for that too, because it seems that it sticks.
Okay, that's really nice. And you think that, especially now, very good that you mentioned Docker Hub. When you have Docker Hub, then you can developers can actually create, like a container. Then you can build on top of that container. And as GitHub, we can build on top of each other's work. So all of this network effect is really important for any technology adoption. And do you think that right now containers, just by having Docker Hub, that's like we already have that, or there's still something we need to do to improve the way we're using this?
Docker Hub is still commercial. It seems too commercial, so it must be more free, because it shouldn't be in charge by the commercial organization, I think. So it should be powered by some more open source community. So I do believe that guys from Linux Foundation and Run C Command will arrange something very similar, but much more open, which will take a commercial target as a primary target, but a target will be a development of open source software. So actually everything should be free, something like that.
Okay, but can we actually have more than one registry?
More than one?
I mean, can we have, or Docker Hub has to be the only one?
No, we can have it's private. You can use your private one, but anyway, it's a bit locked in by the vendor.
Mhm.
So it's something not actually people just wanted to have.
Okay.
So the idea is really good, but there is something. It need to be something more.
All right.
I have some fear around, particularly because all of the very popular. Let's see. I'm talking about let's talk about containers as just a dependency in your project, for example. Because when you pull a MySQL or when you pull a Neo4j or something like this, you're just adding a dependency on your project that you need to run. You need an execution environment for a project. So as a dependency, if we say that containers are simply artifacts for the software development process, then we can see that the most popular software repositories are run by communities or by foundations, like the Maven Center for Java, the NPM for Node JavaScript, and NuGet for C# and
For Python,
yeah, they're open source. They're led by open source communities.
right?
So it's with GitHub, it doesn't hurt that much because it's a company behind that. Because Git is a distributed systems, so any repo that you have now can be in the authoritative repository. But as Docker Hub, that's the kind of fear because now Docker Hub is run by a company. They have their own interests. Somebody's investing on that. So we might reach the case when, oh, I don't want this. It could be, I don't want this container to be available here. I don't want this container to be available there. So maybe somebody might want to kill off the availability of some things. And I don't know. I would be much more comfortable if we had an open source, community-driven, foundation-driven Docker registry or container registry, no matter which format we adopt.
Or at least, as you said, because Git, you can have, since it's distributed, you can have distributed repositories, and so you're not like locked in. But maybe if you have a distributed Docker repository, it could be a better way. If that's
but I don't see it working now
Right,
because
yes.
of how the ecosystem works. We needed to change something. I don't know what could be changed because I just thought about this right now. Okay.
Okay, so as you guys know, we're starting to get the real nice Malaga sun, right? That's going to be really cool. I'm very glad that you guys here are like cool speakers that are willing to take the heat, right, of the discussion. So the people that are watching us, remember that you can ask your questions, right? Go ahead and ask questions to those guys about containers. Now, one thing I was going to ask you, Ed, so you mentioned something about the development process and things like that. Do containers change the way we do development? Do our development pipeline, does it change? Or it's just the same thing, it's just like one more thing that you add to the pipeline, that's everything's fine?
In fact, it changes everything because the previous conception that we had is that ops guys would just assemble the environments that we would deploy our software, and we had to create our own environment for development. Now we're just moving the whole environment along as an artifact along the pipeline. So it changes the way we see the environments that we're running at. So I think that's a very important difference, and that's why people are talking about DevOps. I think DevOps should be more like now. It's even more important to have somebody with ops knowledge into development team, because now we're moving exactly the same artifact between everywhere that we deploy. So we need a much more broad information. We need a bigger team with bigger skills, or more skills at least. So it changes the way we see which is the final artifact that we deploy into production. It used to be a war or jar or something else that you deployed. Now we're deploying like everything in just one package.
And that's how do you think how the things will gonna change in few next years? Do you think we gonna change this pipeline to something like no ops, so no operations is not gonna be needed, so this thing can be just so automated, so directly from developer to production without any DevOps influence? So
Okay, we used to have a joke. I believe no ops is happening right now, but you have such a huge market. So it's interesting because we have many different types of view of the world. So no ops is happening now because most of startups they don't have enough money to pay people for the ops side. So it's much easier, much more affordable to just buy ops from someone else from cloud computing providers. So you just worry about the software.
yeah,
But it's not the case about enterprise companies. They have a current infrastructure. They might have some law issues. They must run their own environment. They must have their own ops guys. They must have their own people to blame. Yeah? So these guys, they will always have ops. And these startups, they always prefer the no ops approach. So we have two different worlds, at least from now. I don't know if it's going to change. In fact, I believe that the worlds, we have so many different scenarios. We have such a single scenario, but I'm pretty sure that this, well, enterprise companies are a huge scenario already. But no ops is going to grow for sure because we have much more developers running to put their software production, and no ops markets for sure going to grow.
and also about
Okay, so,
risks.
so wait. I think you said, Ihor, you said some very interesting thing, because actually what you're saying is that operations will not be involved in moving the application into production,
Right.
right? But of course, operations will still be involved in actually running the application in production. So operations going to still handle the hardware, and they're going to handle the OSs, and going to make the containers be stable and perform in performance. So actually, it's an interesting concept because you can have operations handle everything the operations needs to handle. You know, security and performance and quality and all the hardware, the network, all of these can be handled by operations. But the fact that operations don't need to be too much involved with the application itself, right? With the process of putting the application in production, right?
Right.
Yeah, in fact, no ops is much more kind of a business model rather than a software development process.
Right.
Because we're just selling ops as a service. That's no ops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no ops. Actually, there's a lot of ops.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but you're just buying it. Yeah. And that's ops as a service. That's there's no change in the software development process. It's just something that you buy as a service. And like everything in cloud computing or everything as a service things, you just you can scale much more. It's much cheaper, maybe faster and easier because you get to choose different providers. So, that's my opinion about no ops.
But what about risks? So no ops. Someone should be responsible for the things that are going on. So those even ops guys who are deploying the production and etc. They need to be responsible for something. And now ops, if everything is automated and you just rely on your infrastructure, who is responsible? So someone should be responsible, because actually it's one thing that actually stop everyone to go to no ops
Okay.
because responsibility. So someone should be
Okay.
responsible for the things that are going on.
Yeah, I think there are two cases because I believe that developers are always responsible. So you have no ops, there's nobody else to blame. Developers are responsible for the thing that's running. And I think as a business model, as an economic model, no ops also there's this kind of opportunity for using no ops, because if we stick to a standard, if we just choose to use containers and everything else, that we agree on a standard, then with a standard we can have multiple different options. We can have multiple different providers. We can have different support levels for ops. And I always like you just don't put all of your eggs on the same nests. So you can multi-cloud providers, this kind of scenarios. I think it's interesting for the no-op scenario. We have some mosquitoes here. Yes.
Ants, actually.
Ants. Okay, something is biting. Okay. And I think there's a whole ecosystem that's going to grow around no ops. So since we want to have this multi-vendor opportunity markets, it's even more important that we adopt this standard format Docker. In fact, I would really much like to see Docker Docker formats be run by a committee, like an open source organization, we could choose to ISO or not ISO or W3C or something, IETF. I would like to see Docker standardized by someone.
Like a real
committee, real foundation.
Real standard, right?
Yeah.
That's a cool, interesting idea. Now, so since a lot of times we focus here a little bit on career, a lot of developers are starting to learn about containers. Are there anything they can do, even if before their companies adopt containers, even before they can actually put containers in production? Is there anything that developers can do to learn containers on small projects that they are doing, or even their own computers, in a way to learn containers and be prepared for this next wave?
Okay.
Yeah, they at least they can try. They can try. They can actually trust us because we just say that it's very good. But how do they know exactly that it is true?
Yes,
they can just trust us, or they can try to see the benefits themselves. You will never see these benefits until you try, and until you see that you from one point you can see you can do much more things with this. So after you will see yourself that you're able to do much more things that you was able to do before, that actually we are right. So we not sparing time right here. So we're trying to convince with some technology you never see before, but just try. Just give it a try. So no one will kill you if you just try.
Right.
Yeah. And your development machine or your personal notebook is your realm. Yeah? You own that realm usually. And you can try to you can just start a VM on your local development machine on your personal notebook and start playing with some containers. And one thing that you don't have to create an environment. Perhaps you don't have that knowledge yet, or you don't even have the permission for that. But you can use that for tools. I use a lot of different tools. And my daily job is sometimes, I have a different problem. I know that I Google that, and I find a different tool for helping me on that. And I think it really sucks that I have to, that tool only runs on this kernel version, or this Python version, or this Ruby version, or this same thing. And I have to keep installing dependencies on my machine, or if it's a Mac, I have to install another dependency and that. And what really amazes me about this kind of use of containers is that I can just search something about that tool. Oh, there's a Docker container for that. I just execute a Docker pull, that image, and now I can just use the tool inside my machine without having to install everything else. So that's a pretty amazing use for containers. Sometimes I don't know, I need that specific version of that tool, that library, everything else. I don't want to hassle with dependencies. I just want to use the tool.
The most painful part is dependency, because everyone who was working in Linux for years, especially many years ago, where dependency hell was one of most painful things. So just to install one thing, you need to bring a lot of components to make it work, and then you install another thing. You need to reconfigure everything. So dependency hell is actually issue that practically solved with this.
Yeah, and dependency hell still happens, but now it's other people's problems, because that's the responsibility of whoever is building the container for you. And for that use case, many more software developer providers, open source providers, doesn't matter, they should be doing containers for you to be able to use their tools much more easily.
Okay, so I tried to give those guys a chance to plug their own stuff. They didn't get it. So okay, let me be more specific then. So both of you provide environments that developers can use right now for experiment things, right? So can you talk a little bit about what you provide that is free, that's easily accessible, that people can use for their own testing? Come on, Edson, start with you. What does Red Hat provide? Okay, I'm gonna specific here now. So what does Red Hat provide that helps developers start learning containers right now?
Okay, we're changing directions because you guys are seeing now. Previous to the broadcast, we just combined it. We were supposed to talk about our own tools, but
but there's when you have a specific question, right? It's not talking about your own tools. Just kind of give the developers a chance to learn directly, right?
Yeah. Well, at least from Red Hat, I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but Red Hat has a new program, the developers.redhat.com, and now we are offering all of our projects and products for free for development use, so you can try and test and use our tools. So we particularly believe that for container orchestration, where Google and Red Hat jointly developed Kubernetes, which is we believe is one of the best container orchestration platforms available. And on top of Kubernetes, we have OpenShift, which is a software provided by Red Hat that gives you many of the things that Kubernetes doesn't have in a developer perspective. So if you want to try it, and maybe sometimes you want to start running your containers, and you want to start developing your containers on your development environments, but it's hard to install Kubernetes. Sometimes it's hard for you to install Docker or something else on your machine, and you want to test some deployment pipelines and everything else, and you want to test it locally. If you want to have a very easy to use way to do that, you can join developers.redhat.com. Then we have the Red Hat Container Development Kits available for you. You just download, that's a Vagrant box. You just download and install it on your machine, and you have a full-featured Kubernetes cluster, a Docker host, and an OpenShift installation running on your machine. And if you screw things up, it doesn't matter. You just do a Vagrant destroy, they Vagrant it up again. You already have again Kubernetes installation plus everything else for you ready to use, along with Red Hat world-class support, self-service support that is available on site.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So you guys have a full set of things.
What is the requirement to get started? So how much knowledge a person should have to get started? So what is enough? What is a minimal entry level to start to use your product? So
okay. Well, to use the Red Hat Container Development Kit, you can. We have a lot of material on the site, but you can just download and start using. But if you want to learn more about Kubernetes, is not an easy thing. Anybody that tried the kubectl command line, no, it's not easy. Even OpenShift, it's more. It's a platform that has many functionalities for the ops side. But if you just want to start containers, it's just enough. We have a lot of articles and videos and webinars, and you have a lot of Docker documentation in the internet. So what I would recommend usually for the container development kit is I want to start playing start knowing a bit more about local paths and Kubernetes. Then you have all of these options packaged. But I really what I really like about the container development kit is usually even it's proof amazes me that I can just destroy everything and recreate it again. I don't have the fear that oh my God
all the geeks never read docs.
Okay. True. If you just want to Docker, you have a feeling some interface with the structures for you, good to go. But I'm aware that it's good for that wants to try Docker. It's good for power user who wants to try this and OpenShift, scenarios for everything. You don't want to do. Won't use the container development for putting containers because you need enough kits that want to adopt Docker
container platform and Had a lot of conference together with Microsoft. So
us, especially for you, because the more we work on that, we have more innovation, more tools, and we enable developers all around the world even more to develop even greater applications for everybody. And so we develop technologies for you guys to develop things that we will be users in the future. So,
Yeah, and you are free to choose, because it's very good when you have options from which to choose, and it's bad when you don't have options and you have to do the things in a way that someone is forcing you. And it's very nice that you can choose. And what we can show, we actually we're just trying to do our best, but it's everything up to you. So you should try, you should choose the way to go the best, which best suits for you, best suits for your applications, best suits for things you used to, and actually it's your life. So don't listen to anyone who's forcing you to use some certain technology. You should actually dive deeply into technology just to understand which is better for you, and just do your decision. So
if we're talking about doing something better for developers of the world, how do you see the importance of open source software on this ecosystem? How can open source enable developers to get better in their careers? And how open source enables them to develop things in the cloud?
actually, first thing, if you have internet and you're not banned in a Google, and you do have access to open source, you actually do have access to open source. So there are no one in this world who can stop you to start learning, to start understanding things, how they're working. And
I want to say hello to my friend.
Okay. Hey guys, please welcome
please
here.
join us. So we are discussing
For a couple
containers.
minutes, yep.
Okay.
Hello
So
everyone.
the current topic is why open source is important for developing containers and actually in developing technology.
Is there any way that you guys can get a little bit?
Oh yeah, we can try it.
A little bit. Yes. Okay. A little bit. Yes. Good. Oh, perfect. Yes.
You know why? My point of view. So I believe.
So Ruslan, so guys, so this guy that just showed up right here, he just asked me, can I go say hello to Edson? You know, my good friend Edson, that I didn't say hello to him yet. And I said, come on, go in and so just join in.
Yes.
So, yes. So
Yeah, we-
Ruslan Sinitsky is the CEO of Elastic, and he's just joining us to say hello. Go.
Okay, so I'm again very glad to meet all my friends here in Malaga. It's a nice place, and you know it's good to meet nice people. Nice place. But back to the question about open source and containers. Containers are evolving. Containers technology is evolving, and it's good if many people can jump into and try different things. And open source allows you to do this, right? Because the open source, you can download, play it, fix it, patch it, like so. It helps to speed up the evolution of technology.
Right.
This
So
is my
as more people try the product, the more mistakes they do. The more the mistakes they do, the more results we do have, and we know what is the wrong way and what is the good way. So evolution will be more natural than in more limited and locked area.
Yep.
So
exactly.
definitely.
Yes, and open source with containers. Well, we and you as software developers, open source licenses are very great for containers because if you have a container, containers should be a standard packaging format. If you use open source software and you put open source software inside the container, automatically it becomes redistributable. That's the easiest things for you to distribute your software. And the great thing about open source software is when you start small, you have smaller issues, you have fewer issues, fewer problems. When you run that things on the scale, certainly you won't have enough time to deal with everything. Somebody has to provide you support, and he has to come from somewhere. So you can choose even if you're running an enterprise company, you can choose some company like Red Hat, or choosing an open source, an open company in the cloud, the multi-provider one, you can use Elastic. So open source, I think it enables a lot of things, allows you to redistribute, and just like in the economic model, when things run to scale, you're going to really help. And it's very good that you can count on companies like Red Hat and Elastic to provide you that support.
and about the standards.
Guys, I'm sorry I have to leave you, but again, like it was good to meet you. Yeah, see you.
Thank
Say,
you.
So good luck.
say goodbye to the guys watching.
Guys, goodbye. Yep.
So one more thing
I will
about
talk
standards.
Yep. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, talk to you.
Yep.
Right.
So about standards.
So I don't want to interrupt you guys, right? So but yeah, go ahead. Take as long as you want.
About
Right, I'm sorry.
standards, so everything should be standardized. So it will be not good if something will be different, done in a different way, and have a more general, same actually idea. For example, containers. Imagine that containers, that you have different containers and different packages for these containers. So that's also not good. So the standards should be done not by commercial companies. So standards should be done by the community. So open source should make its own like influence to standards, because standards will bring everyone to next level. If package for the Docker, for example, Docker it's like a standard, but everyone knows that Linux Foundation is also working on Run C, and the guys from Docker are also working on Run C for on common runtime. So something that needs to be more universal than just a commercial standard, because that will bring normal competition between the providers, so everyone can support this standard. And actually that's good, because no one will bring his own technology on top. So this he can bring actually on top, but this on top should adjust already existing standard to make it better, but not replace it absolutely. So standards is very important. It's important to be driven by open source community. So it's good to have standards in future for packaging, how to correct package, to do the packages, how to do the automation for these packages, how to do some internal stuff. I mean, for example, if you want to use Docker in the past, and you just need to deploy, for example, application inside your container, so not to redeploy all the runtime, but actually only the application, inject something inside your application which is running inside the Docker. So there should be a standard how to do this. So such kind of things need to be standardized. It's not good to make its own actually bicycle for each case. It needs to be standardized, and this standard needs to be actually done by the community, driven by the community.
Yes, let me just make a comment here about the standard.
Yeah.
I always use like the analogy between software containers and the real like box of metal shipping containers.
Yeah.
And really, the shipping containers, the industry only exploded when there was a standardized format. There was a few different size for the box, and then one guy won. That's that discussion, and there was one format that was accepted as the standard. And I think that's once that's gonna happen, that's when the shipping industry really took off. So I think we are probably the same situation with software containers. Right? We need we have Docker now that's like an accepted standard for a lot of people. But of course, the more standardized this is, the more everyone can agree on the way to go.
Right. And just a comment too, I don't know if we are ready already for a container format, because container is changing so fast, and usually we need some kind of delay before proposing a standard.
Yeah, right. Of course.
Okay. But the technology must stabilize first, then you create a standard, because I don't know if we reached that point yet. So, but when it happens, I hope to see a foundation doing that, or some standard committee for providing the standard. Okay? Just like we can see that how bad things go when we don't have a standard for that. In many countries in the world, we had a standard battle for train rails, and in the countries that they could agree in a standard for the rails, trains were developed. And in many countries like Brazil, where I live, we had a standard for each state, so we couldn't have interstate trains. Okay, this is the problem of not having standards.
So if I'm not mistaken, even the reconfiguration for these trains goes on not on fly, but on a border, right? So
yeah,
like
but then you have to
reconfigure on fly their wheels, and they can drive to another rails.
Yeah, it just didn't have it because we had different size of
Uh-huh.
rails
Okay.
and different spacing between the rails. So basically, when you reach the border with the train, you have to
Uh-huh.
get everything out
Okay.
and board everything again,
Yeah.
which is completely uneconomic.
Yeah. The same thing.
Yeah, the same thing happens with technology. You don't want to be rewriting and repackaging everything again. So that's why we should be probably using some kind of standard in the near future. And this standard can't come too late, just like ISO.
Yeah.
Aussie standard for networking. They took so many years to do that, then TCP/IP came, and okay, everybody's using TCP/IP now. Oh, but we have a standard. Okay, it's not even in the market. So there's two sides of the same coin about standardization. It can never happen too early, and it can never happen too late. So I hope we are wise in this aspect about containers, that we can have the right points. And I saw a question today about that. Do you think that containers will completely replace hypervisors in the infrastructure industry?
Only in case if all operating
Okay,
systems
guys,
will
I
be
think
able
we're
to support.
a little bit out of time. Can you just kind of wrap up? We have a special guest here.
Wow, it's Monty. It's
Okay.
another our good friend,
Yes.
the father of MySQL,
Okay.
Michael
Then
Monty
we're gonna
Medeiros.
ask
So
him.
he is joining
Nice
us.
to meet you.
Please take a seat. So we are talking about containers, about open source.
In fact, we can just wrap up so you can guys stay in the
Yeah,
shadow,
please.
not in the sun.
Take a
Right.
seat.
But I would like to say thank
will
you
join
very
you.
much for listening to us. It was a very great conversation. We'll have our other opportunities in the next days and weeks. So now I would like to, Bruno would like to.
I can talk
have
about
another,
it. Yes.
okay?
So actually, Edson, we have a discussion scheduled for I don't remember, Sunday, I think, with you.
Sunday, okay.
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna announce this to you guys.
We're
Okay.
gonna meet again.
All right.
See you guys.
While we are right here, so it's all live. There's lots of people watching us live, but can we just rearrange the chairs here so we can get a
Okay.
little bit more in this
Okay.
shape, right? Come on, let's right here a little bit. Right. You just put the other chair here. All right. Okay. So
Bruno will take one more there.
yes, can you arrange here to the camera? No, that's okay. That's fine. So we're just gonna get Monty here for a few minutes. All right. Okay. Hi everyone. Hi. So Monty, we are in this trip around Europe, and we've been traveling to a lot of cities in Germany, and then we went to a few cities in Switzerland, and now we're here in Malaga, and we have been discussing a lot about what developers can do. Right. So so we talk about containers, talk about DevOps, talk about open source. We talk about contributing to the community. There's lots of different views, but you are a great developer, right? And I think you kind of reached the top of all the dreams every developer could ever have, right? It's like you created an amazing product that has been, it's an open source product, has been used all over the world, and then you eventually sold the company, and then you created other projects around it. I mean, you created lots of community. I mean, you are like a dream come true for all developers. So can you tell us how you do it?
No, but basically, you're the right person at the right place with the right project. That's everything. But one of the key things that we come up with first was how to do business around open source, and also that we wanted to create a company. We would do fully open source, but we wanted to do it full time.
Right.
And that means that we had to change the rules a little bit. That's why we come up with dual license on GPL. Nowadays talking about the business source license that is also allows companies to through the open source spirit enough money so you can compete with the big guys.
Right.
And that's what I'm focusing a lot of my time nowadays when I'm not developing MariaDB. I'm still coding. I like that. So that's good. That's the part of the dream. And many people lose the dream when they create a company and the companies are growing. Then they start doing the things that has to be done instead of the things that they want to do.
Right.
So I always try to hire people above me so I can still do development.
Oh,
that's what I like.
That's pretty cool. All right. And actually, I think this is an interesting point because we see exactly what you said. A lot of people that they try to create their own. I think they make like two big mistakes. One is that they think I'm a technical guy, so I can solve all the problems in the world. So I don't go find. You just have a technical view, and a technical view never turns into a business view. So you're able to join the two things. But then a lot of times what happens is that once you start doing this, then you become like, you get completely away from the technical side, and you just kind of try to be a businessman. So you think there should be a mix there.
I think they should mix up. People should understand that there is a career just doing development and be the best that it is in your own class.
Right.
You don't have to become an administrator or a CEO just to do your dream. You can become a developer and have other people fulfill your dream.
When we say to this to people, oh no, you should get other people to kind of, and then they say, oh no, but that's my idea. I can't tell anyone, right?
That's open source. Everything is open, and an idea is just as good as it helps other people explore it.
Right. So the whole idea of having like your idea as a secret, it's not the best way.
No, and I haven't seen very successful companies in the long run doing that, especially when they try to then engage the community, and then they start to do open core and say, keep our little secret here hidden, and then they try to create a community around it, and don't understand that with open core you lose all the benefits of open source, because everybody is still depending on you. Nobody can fork, you can fix bugs or anything.
Right.
You can do something on a little part. All the benefits for users.
Right. So a lot of people think that you can't really make, you can't really make money with open source. You can't really have a business around open source. But we're just talking with Edson Yanaga, that's from Red Hat. Red Hat is such an important open source company, and then you guys also have a really important business. And is it true that you can't make money out of open source? Or
not if you are 100% open source and you are following it to the rules to the letter, because then you own a support company. You don't have a way to force anybody to pay.
Right.
You can never become big. You can make a comfortable living, 3-4 consulting companies doing support, but you can't create a company who can compete with the big guys on development. Okay. And that's what I wanted to do with MySQL. That's why we had to do a licensing. That means that some people who distributed MySQL, they had to pay.
Right.
And that's also why I'm out and talking about this business source license, which basically delayed open source license. Idea is that everything is available, the code is available, you can do anything with it. You have to pay for certain usage, and after some time it becomes open source.
Okay.
But that means that the benefits that you see in open source is that you can fix the code, you can enhance it, you can get it to work for your scenarios. They are there. In some cases, but only if you make a lot of money on it. And I think that's kind of a balance. But the thing is that without that, create a product company.
Right.
And people talk about Red Hat, that's an open source company. Red Hat doesn't make any money on source. They make on the distributions. And for the distributions,
right.
So that's the kind of the key for becoming an entrepreneur. You have to be able to force some people to pay.
Right.
Not all. And with MySQL, we had 1 in 1,000 who paid. And that's the thing I most like with the MySQL business. We were able to help 999 people for free, and 1 company made all that possible.
Right. Okay.
And if you're big enough, that's a really good business.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Monty, I know you have a plane to catch. I don't want to hold you here so long, but I'd like to thank a lot. Your presence here for this minutes, and do you have like a last thing you could tell to developers on how they could kind of improve their careers? One thing that maybe worked very well for you in the past that they could actually do the same?
First, don't hold your ideas to yourself. Share them. If your idea is good enough, that means that companies will come to you and help you evolve it. And also, don't be afraid to take risks. In the sense that if you have something closed source, just go to open source, but ensure that you still have this stickiness in payment. And also, if you have a problem with open source, participate, fix it, and help yourself and help the community by giving it back. That's the basic rules, and if you do those, you will be successful.
Okay, wonderful. So guys, so that's Monty, the creator of MySQL, now the creator of the MariaDB, and he's here in Malaga to have some meetings and discussions and participating here at JOnTheBeach event. Thanks a lot, Monty.
Thank you. It was
Thank
nice
you
to see
very, very much seeing you, and thanks for stopping by and taking some time in your busy schedule to come here. Question, nothing to do. Are you enjoying Malaga? Is it the first time here, or are you been here before?
It's first time, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yes, it's a super place, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot, man. Okay. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Thanks, Monty. Sorry for like really quick.
No, I'm happy.
Okay. Thanks a lot. See ya. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So, we're just here, just talking with Monty, and there's some other speakers aligned. And I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna do in terms of between speakers, right? So, what probably I'm gonna do is that I'll put, just kind of put everything on mute, and so you can leave your sound on, and whenever we start, you're gonna hear something. That I think that's. But basically what we're going to do is set things up here so we can keep streaming all the time, and I'll be bringing interesting people here to talk with you as much as we can. Leave unmuted on your side. Whenever we start, you're going to hear us. Okay? Is that fine? All right. Let me see here. Anyone making questions here? Oh, actually, there's some questions here. So sorry, Alan. You asked a question, and I had my computer down here. So he says, the guys are still here. Edson, come on, Edson. The question's for you. It's not for me. Okay. Let's. Okay, so come closer. Come close. Yes. No. Yes. Come on, Edson. See here. We're gonna be slightly uncomfortable.
Okay, just
So sit here. Just slightly uncomfortable, sitting like in the middle of the chairs. But okay, good. All right. So Alan says, I'm starting to learn about containers, etc. About Chef, Puppet, Ansible, Salt. Makes sense to use these tools with Docker? I mean, inside a Docker container?
of course, you need to provision the environment. It doesn't matter if it's a VM or a container. So it's much better to do that using an automated tool rather than just doing it by hand. Nobody recommends doing it by hand, just if you want to try. And Chef, Puppet, Ansible, Salt, they're all valid tools. I might be biased, but I already liked Ansible before joining Red Hat, but now that Red Hat acquired Ansible, I still think it's the best tool.
Yeah, I like Ansible a lot too. That's the tool. That's the tool we use at Tools Cloud, and we're actually using Ansible to provisioning the Docker containers that later we put you run on Gillespie. So all of those tools kind of work together. Yes.
So it's just a tool, so you can use everything you need. It's like a painting. So you draw a painting, and you actually can use everything you have. You can use any brushes, you can use pencils, you can use pens, so you can use everything. So your target is to do the solution. So your primary target is to do the solution. And the way how you can do this, there are many ways how you do, but you should use everything you know, everything you're familiar with and can work with. So everything is like combinable.
Okay, yeah.
Please use everything you know.
Okay, and VM user versus container, that was the question.
VM. Why containers cannot replace VMs? Because not all the operating system does support containers. That's only the main reason why. Because do you know any other reasons?
Yes, sometimes we still need, because most of you that are learning containers are aware of that. But all of the VM, all of the containers inside a certain installation of the operating system, they all must run over the same kernel. And sometimes, if you want, if you need a specific kernel functionality, then you should provide a different VM for that with that specific kernel version and run on top of that. And we have some customers, they weren't aware of that, but you also have some issues when you don't have the exactly same version of glibc running on the host and on the container. It's not traceable, and you have issues. Perhaps you want to use the exact version. That's not the issues when you don't have these issues when you're starting to use containers. But some reasons for still using VMs is this: you want the specific glibc versions or GCC versions or kernel versions to run, and then you need to deploy that separately.
Okay,
But just
so Marcus says hello, right? So Marcus says hello. Yes, hello from Munich, Bavaria.
oh,
Wow.
Yes.
yeah.
That's he says he's wishing us having fun here in Malaga. So yeah, Malaga is a pretty cool place. Actually, right now it's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Right?
So we are in t-shirts.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So so Alan says thanks, and so thanks Alan for joining and for your questions. So guys, we are right now as you probably can't see this very well, but this half of the room is full of sun, and this half of the room is not full of sun. So we're gonna move things around a little bit, so we got everyone in the shade, right? Edson, you gotta go.
Yeah.
You have a talk now.
No, but I have some things to do.
Right. So
Before.
Edson has a talk. Has to go. Actually, we have a talk. When is our talk?
It was shifted for a half of an hour, so it seems like approximately at 5.
At 5 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so it's around 3 o'clock here. So at 5 o'clock we're gonna have a talk. So basically, the idea is that we're gonna be broadcasting here at least for 1 hour more, or maybe 2 hours more. And I'll be picking interesting developers and interesting speakers from the event and bringing them here. And so I'd like to thank you, both Ihor and Adson, for joining us for this, being like our guinea pigs to be the first ones to do this. And actually, thank you for kind of right in the middle of your discussion. I got Monty here. You know, I didn't want to tell him that, oh, just wait for a while. He had a plane to catch.
That's a reasonable excuse.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So, you know, we kind of cut. So it looks so nice. Mark says, so it looks so nice. I envy you. Yes, you know, I can tell you this place here is totally amazing. Yeah. Okay, guys. So I'll let you guys go. Thanks a lot, Edson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
See you later.
I'll see you on the talk, right? Because
Yeah.
we're gonna talk. So we're gonna
Thank you,
broadcast.
guys.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So, okay, guys. So back to you here. So the plan is we're gonna leave on mute. When there's nothing happening this side, we're gonna leave on mute. So when I bring a speaker here, I'm gonna say hello, and you can hear and follow us if you want, right? And send your questions. Okay. So I'm just gonna rearrange things a little bit, and I'll put you in mute, and we're gonna be right back. There's gonna be a nice speaker now that we're gonna bring here. He's a cloud guy, and I'll bring him. He was waiting for me outside. I'll go outside and bring him. I'll bring him here in a minute. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So we're back here. So we're on, and we have ice cream. Come on, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for the ice cream for a long time, and when I restart now,
Look at that.
no, are you gonna give ice cream for us? No, no, we can't have ice cream right now. No, you can't have ice cream on camera. It's gonna be really bad
Okay.
because everyone's gonna want ice cream.
It might melt.
just
We'll
give
do
me-
it quickly.
Come on, there's a bucket of ice right there. Okay, guys, so we're here. Okay, so Marcus is saying hello to you, right? Okay, so I'm here with Anna.
Almost, Hannah.
Hannah. Oh. Oh man, I'm so terrible with names. So I'm here with Hannah, and she's actually from Australia. She's actually from Sweden,
Correct.
and she's now living in Australia, right?
Correct.
And now you came to Malaga
Mm-hmm.
just for these events, or are you here for other things?
Now I'm traveling around for 2 months in Europe.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Doing what? Because I'm traveling for 2 weeks in Europe doing things.
Oh, okay. You're doing the
Yeah.
short version. I'm doing the expensive one.
Okay.
I'm doing a trip for multiple reasons.
Okay.
I'm reconnecting with, I guess, Europe and agile community
Mm-hmm.
in Europe.
Okay.
Going to different conferences and learning stuff. Plus, I'm validating a business idea.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So, guys, so Hannah works with Agile, and she's an Agile coach, and we're having a lively discussion. So, as you know, I'm here looking for interesting people that can come here to talk. And so I was right outside and was having a lively discussion with her about Agile in Europe, in Brazil, in Australia, and everything. And so I brought her here so we can actually continue the discussion here with you. So, if you have any questions about Agile or you want to make any comments or anything like this, just let us know. We're gonna hear. I mean, we're gonna be here for a few minutes. And so Hannah,
Yep.
we're discussing outside that that's Agile is something sometimes it's hard for big companies to apply or to understand because they don't want to change all their process. They want to do their internal transformation. How do you actually? So you're an Agile coach. How do you actually approach companies and convince them that they should change their ways? And what are the advantages of actually changing their ways?
Yeah, I guess even if I've been in enterprise transformation projects, I'm not that level myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm more of what we refer to as a player coach,
Mm-hmm.
which means that I'm often closer to delivery and I teach by role modeling.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Nice.
rather than finding a team, taking that team through the transformation
Uh-huh.
and showcasing that as an example.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So do you have any example of things that you did in the past that were really successful and that changed the company that you can kind of share with us? A little bit?
Yes, it was initially a very good success story.
Uh-huh.
It was at an insurance company in Australia where the team I was working with, we did large changes to that,
Uh-huh.
primarily around empowerment to the team and allowing them to have the right to determine on what delivery planning and all those sorts
Okay.
and how to work, and a lot of collaboration, which led to a large piece of work transforming from waterfall into an agile project or program of work, as they'd seen this team very, very successful.
Okay.
And that was a success story for about a year, and then the fear came back and unfortunately tried a bit more waterfall
Oh, okay.
until it toppled over, and yes.
Oh man. Okay. Yes. So actually, I think you use a word that we don't usually use when
Okay.
we talk about companies.
Yeah.
Is that you use fear,
Yeah.
right? So and we have been talking. Me and Edson Yanago have been talking a lot about the fear of delivering.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of totally agree with you that the fear comes back and people don't want to do things. But do companies really have fear, or is it just not more like a people thing that people don't want to do change? How the fear plays in this?
I would say, I believe it's fear.
Yeah.
Often a lot of reactions come from fear of not knowing and not appearing as you're adequate for your job.
Right.
And sometimes, I was talking to another person just a few minutes ago, there is a valid fear that you might not fit into the new type of organization.
Uh-huh.
That's fear about transparency.
Yep.
So I think that's that.
So,
Yeah, short answer, yes.
yeah. So do you think that when you start talking about things like, oh, I don't know, pair programming or putting everything that you're doing in a dashboard, everyone can see, transparency and agility. So people are like, oh man, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this, and everyone's going to be able to see what I'm doing. I can't pretend I'm working anymore because I'm going to really have to work or something like this. So that's how people kind of get.
There's pockets of that, but I think and there are people that would be fearing that not being able to hide behind the screen and look at Facebook, I'm sure, but that's not the norm. I guess it's more from, I believe, more deeper rooted fear. That's not it. You might not even know it's fear. It's just you don't feel like changing. But I think if you dig down deeper into it, it's one of the fears of not appearing as knowledgeable for different reasons.
Right. Yeah.
Makes sense. I'm not sure.
No, it makes a lot of sense, because I think that a lot of our fears are like, we it's even hard to express some fears. Sometimes we kind of create other ideas. We don't do things because I don't do things because my boss doesn't let me, or because if I propose, my team will not want to do. Oh, I can't propose this to my company because they're not going to let me do. I mean, but in the end, we're afraid of changing the way we do. We're afraid of actually making actually a lot of times we're afraid of taking responsibility, because it's a lot easier, as for developer, for example, it's a lot easier for us to say, okay, I wrote my code, it's their responsibility to put available, and so I don't have to take responsibility for the software because I just did my part. Right?
That's very true. But then you see the teams that transform from that and feel the empowerment from it and change their attitudes. So even if some people might start with the fear of rather point fingers, most people I work there have turned around, and once they get the recognition as well as authority, it just becomes a much happier workplace.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So one more thing, when you're approaching the agile, so you're more like an agile for people to think, well, it has to be for teams, right? So you coach the whole team on how to do things. It depends.
Yes, it's different. Sometimes I go in, as I said, as a player coach, and I become a scrum master type of role. Right. Initially for one or two teams, but sometimes it's been more from the sideline, and it's multiple teams and just coaching certain people within that particular department. Okay.
So now you said you're a scrum master. Can you tell us what a scrum master is? I mean, like
someone who play rugby and we master of that.
It's such a cool title, right?
Yes.
Scrum master.
Yeah.
Right? I'm gonna cut yourself in half.
Sounds much better than iteration manager. That sounds boring. What is that? It's a very typical servant leader role, which primarily is about protecting the team and helping them be as efficient as possible. I would say is one of the key things.
So, and can you actually protect the team when you are like because you are you part of the team, or you're like more a contractor that comes to help?
Oh, I've done
both things.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you as a contractor, can you actually come from the outside? Because I have this problem. I'm a consultant, right? And a lot of times people say, oh, but I'm just a developer. I can't change my company being just a developer. And I say, well, I'm less than a developer because I'm a consultant. I'm the guy that comes from the outside. Everyone thinks I win tons of money. Everyone thinks I don't know anything. I'm just there to talk about things, and I'm gonna go away. So I have no power to change anything inside the company, way less than people do. But anyway, we actually are able to come in and change things in a way that so people are like developers part of the team. They have much more power than we do sometimes, right?
Maybe, I guess for me, I often contracting, so I don't have to care so much about consult the company and the image for that particular company, and therefore I'm enabled to be more open and honest, and I don't have to deal with politics as much, right? Because if it doesn't work out, I can go somewhere else.
Go somewhere else, right? Yeah.
And my focus is generally on the team, so therefore. I see what you're saying. Personally, it's just been different for me.
Right. Okay, cool. Very nice. So Alam here asks us, in your opinion, agile methodologies in software development are default nowadays?
I wish. What is we say?
Yeah, what is default? Like, to begin
Agile
with,
is
right?
common sense, but common sense is not common, right?
Common sense, not common. Yes,
No.
yes.
So I would say no to that. Unfortunately, of course, I've been lucky enough to now go through different countries in Europe and work in Australia, and there's definitely a movement. And what I've heard is Scandinavia and Netherlands are one of the countries that are probably becoming more default.
Mm-hmm.
From what I heard, maybe Spain is not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Australia is probably in the middle of that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, in Brazil, the agile community is very strong.
Yeah.
But definitely, no, it's not the default in the country, as you know. But I think do you think that the new technologies like cloud and continuous delivery and all those new ideas, automated testing, have they, even though the full agile methodologies are not so widespread or not default yet, but do you think that parts of it, like some automation or some are parts of it everywhere, or there's two companies that don't do anything?
Yeah, that would be, unfortunately. Still, I've unfortunately seen them and working them, but they are going to change. Yes, there's going to be some changes, definitely. They're not going to survive.
Right.
It's interesting to see the changes in the engineering practices in infrastructure and all of these new tools, and how that can speed up the cultural change, I think, actually, because then you can easily showcase and demonstrate the benefits of story cutting or anything like that by actually being able to deliver it by the right infrastructure.
Okay, pretty cool. So I gotta
go hand in hand.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so I gotta ask Alan, because Alan's kind of hamming us here with questions. So he asked us, I see many companies discussing about these methodologies, but I think when you talk about agile, involves many other things today, not only Scrum, XP. So what does agile involve today? Lots of different things.
Yeah, it's just a very wide umbrella term for principles and values. So while Scrum is the most used framework, I guess, Kanban and XP are also terms, it's rightfully incorporating everything that supports those principles.
Nice. Okay. All right. So I have one more question for you about Korea. But before I ask this question, can you leave us your website, your Twitter account, some way for people to contact you?
Yes, of course.
Right.
Okay. I can lead you.
Is there a card there we
There's a
can use?
website. Can you see that?
Oh, there's a website? Okay. Oh, come on. That's so cool. I'll help you out here. All right. So
skillseekers.com.au.
It's skillseekers.com.au. All right. So that's Hannah.
You can go to the contact page and
contact
me for that one.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So now my last question to you, because I know you're talking with all kinds of people here in the booth and everything. What we're doing this tour around Europe to discuss ways that developers can improve their careers.
Okay.
And so around agile, I'll ask a broad question so you can talk. So around agile, is there anything that developers can, like specific thing that they can do, even if their companies are not doing, that they can do that would improve their own careers, or maybe something that you yourself did earlier in your career that really changes things for you, and it's like, oh, come on, I did this and my whole career blossomed. I mean, because look
I
at this.
moved to Australia.
Oh, that was a good move.
That was awesome.
Okay,
but
because I'm asking this because actually, you are here in Europe for a couple of months, right? Doing like a tour around all kinds of countries and all kinds of companies. I mean, a lot of people would love to do this kind of thing. So you're able to do this on your work, right? It's not like a vacation.
Yeah.
So what are the things that you did in your career, or how agile can help a developer to actually have a better career, whatever you want to do?
Yeah, I think my personal journey is, so it was actually moving countries and becoming less attached to security and embracing change.
Okay, nice.
So that did help on a personal level. More for a developer, there's two things that always, I think, really helps in agile implementation, and agile as in more interesting work and happier team to work in. So more of a practical level, getting into understanding TDD and BDD and continuous integration are the things. If I was a developer, I would study that more and try to get myself educated about that, so I could get a role in a company that embraces it.
Right. You know, I know some of those things are very, very common and everything, but you know, sometimes we got newer developers that I never heard about. So can you kind of quickly define TDD and BDD, just kind of so people understand?
Yeah,
you know,
from the non-developer point of view.
Well, no, just kind of like a general view, so just so we, you know.
I guess it's really about automation. So automating your testing and automating your delivery. And for me, TDD, and maybe I will get some comments around here.
Right, no problem.
It's more me.
So Alan says thanks. Thanks, Alan. Thanks to you, man, because you know you've been helping us a lot here with lots of cool questions.
The real interview.
Right.
There's a TDD, the test-driven development, I guess, is more of a unit test level that you write a test, it fails, and then you fix it, and then you refactor and you go around that circle. But you focus on writing the test first before you actually write the code. So.
Right.
And BDD,
that way, you know, whenever if you write your test the right way, that means whenever your code is complete, you pass the test, because then you got so.
And you're also not writing code that's not necessary.
Right. Yes. Okay. Yes.
So, well,
okay.
It should help you guide them.
Right.
And BDD is behavior-driven design or development. Is taking a step up and more in that sector. It's the same kind of structure with writing the test first, but it's more acceptance test level.
Okay.
Has a lot of other different components to it.
Right.
But
all right.
In short, that's how I see it.
Yeah.
You agree? Or
I agree. No, totally fine. Yes. Just okay. So Hannah, I'm not sure if there's anything else that I didn't ask that you wanted to talk to us about.
No, that's all fine. As I said, I don't like being on camera.
Oh, come on, you did great. I think you did great. You got wonderful questions. You answered all of them very nice. So why don't you like to be in front of camera?
Well, as long as I don't have to see it afterwards.
So you don't need to see later, right? That's not a problem. Okay, guys. So this is the kind of things that we're doing here. We're just kind of finding very, very interesting people in the corridors and the speakers that are participating here at JOnTheBeach in Malaga, and bring them here to have a nice discussion with you. And so I'd like to thank especially Alan that has all kinds of cool conversation. Marcus is here, and Marcus was complaining that I moved the camera around. Yes, we moved the camera around because there's too sun on the other side, so we moved the camera this side. Right? And so, Hannah, thanks very, very much for participation. And you know, I hope you have a very cool trip here around Europe.
You too.
Are you starting your trip or ending your trip?
I only got 2 weeks left.
Oh, you got 2 weeks left. Okay, well, so I'm here for just 2 weeks, and my week's is almost over now. So
I'm happier now.
Yeah, okay.
I got plenty.
All right. Okay, guys, and my compromise with you is that we're going to leave things here on mute, so you don't have to mute your side. Whenever we start with an interview, I unmute here, okay? Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Is it urgent right now or not? No? Okay. So just let me have this interview, okay?
It's gonna be quick. And I know you're really busy, Luis.
Yes.
But and I know I just trapped you here. You didn't realize you're gonna sit down to be interviewed.
Yes, I didn't expect this.
You didn't
And
expect
in fact, you know what I was doing right now?
what?
I was answering my wife because she wants to kill me for not paying her attention at all.
All right. That happens. That happens. So that's exactly what I want to talk to you about.
Yes.
Right. So I'm here with Luis, and Luis is the main responsible for the JOnTheBeach event. He's been organizing this event for how many months now? 6 months? 5
Yes,
months?
more than 6 months. Probably,
Yeah, 6 months already. I was very lucky to be here in Malaga when he was first starting to organize this.
Exactly.
So I actually came here to this venue, and we he was showing the venue for the first time, and I was here with him. So I'm very glad to be here in JOnTheBeach.
Yeah.
So Luis, thanks for having us here to begin with.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for being the first time you came here to the venue that I trapped you like, okay, come here.
Yes.
And do a short video now. Okay, they were
Yes,
like, what
yes.
the hell? Where am I?
Yeah. No, we had a nice video, and Juggy was here also and did a nice video for JOnTheBeach. So that's pretty cool. So now, Luis, we're doing an event for developers, and so one of the things that we are discussing here during this trip is about career and things that we can do to improve our careers. And you have been investing a lot of your time and a lot of, you're just saying that your wife is mad at you because you're not giving nothing. So it's not only about job, right? You're not doing this only because of your job. You're doing this way larger. So why do you think that you and other developers need, they need to participate on these extra activities and join the community and do those things that a lot of people think, oh, but that's not my job. I'm not being paid to do this.
Yeah.
But why is this important for your career or their careers?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I'm not a developer.
I know you're not. That's no problem.
But from
you're
my
a technical point.
From my point of view, I think that all developers should attend to this kind of events and should join to all the communities that are around their area and to start to meet new people and to get out of their houses with their computers and try to socialize, because in the end it's not about all what I've noticed. I'm quite new in the IT sector, but what I've noticed is that in the end most of the IT products that you see outside has been, the most important ones has been done by community.
Right.
So all the open source projects is about community. It's about people and about how people interact with each other and how they work with each other. And if you're there in your house doing nothing or doing just programming on your own, you don't get the community thing. And so they should come to this event. From what I've seen here in Malaga, one of the things here that we have in Spain is that we have a big problem because we don't speak English very well. And I didn't expect here in Malaga that we were going to have up to 300 people coming to this event that with talks all in English and with talks that have kind of intermediate high level, because this is not just for beginners mainly. So I'm quite surprised that in the end people just came and this is what I'm feeling from the people right now. They are saying like, hey man, this is what we needed and this is what we want to do in the future. Right. So this is the feedback that I'm receiving, and this is great. This is what really people feel that they should be in. So that's when you are just in your company or in your house, you're just programming with the same things that you're doing everything. You wouldn't know other people, you wouldn't mingle with other people and with other companies, and this is the magic of the event.
Right. So now when developers come to an event like this, and a lot of people just they come and they sit down to watch the talk, and they just watch the talk. They don't talk with anyone around them, and they go and they eat their lunch by themselves. They lose the opportunity to talk with other people. Yeah. Right. So what we organize events or the kind of thing that you're doing that actually can help people come and enjoy the event, interact with people, and discuss things. Is there anything that we can do, or is just something that developers have to do by themselves? And
I think all of us should do something. Not only the speakers and of these events, that they should also try to interact with them, with the people, with the attendees, but also mainly the organizers like us. that's one of the reasons why by the end of this day, it could be that someone didn't have enough money to come to this event, or they didn't want to come for any reason, but they can come to the meetups that we are organizing by the end of the day.
Right.
During the meetups, what we are planning to do is to have more like kind of conversation between the people, instead of just a main speaker talking directly to the people, but mainly to have more, conversation and interaction with the people. So that's what I think that what we should do, and we should try to foster.
Right. Yeah. Because the whole, this whole idea of actually having a speaker that comes and vomits everything he knows, and the audience just can stay quiet, like, right?
Yeah.
So the meetup is going to be way more like interactive and things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's why we're here, actually on the chat live with you, so we can have an interaction and discuss. So if you have any questions, just send us our way. We're gonna find. And actually, let me tell you one thing: if you are watching us and you have some specific questions that none of us here can answer, ask it anyway, because we are here in JOnTheBeach event. There's lots of very cool speakers. I can go and find a speaker and come back here to answer your question. So come on, ask anything. So I know I saw Abdunor said hello, and he's kind of having problems with echo, but people are already helping him out solving the echo thing. But thanks everyone that's out there helping. So I know you're very, very busy, so I don't want to keep you a lot here. But Luis, can you tell us a little bit, because we have all kinds of cool companies and cool speakers. Can you tell us a little bit what are the things that you're liking about the event, or who are the people that it was nice that they come, and or the sponsor that come here? Just kind of give us an idea of what was the cool stuff that the cool people that are here in this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all the speakers have been really nice to us. I mean, I think that most of them enjoyed, the city, the welcoming that we did yesterday, and I think they are liking the venue and everything. So for me, I mean, all speakers are really, really nice, and I really I really appreciate their words. Okay. And besides that, I mean, and the small problems we had during the lunchtime,
I didn't see this. We're transmitting Edson Yanaga here during the lunchtime, so I didn't see it.
Good for you,
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, besides that, I think that people are coming to us, and that's what I say. I mean, it's really cool. The companies that we have here, that from 8 sponsors that we have, is amazing that 6 of them are here in Malaga, and they want to keep on growing here in Malaga. So it is Raven Pack, it is Gelastic, it's the guys from the workshop, the guys from Pixel, the guys from 47, they are from Cadiz, the guys from Inteliment, well, and of course, I mean, our company Velo that is hosting. I mean, all of us, I mean, we are extremely, happy that they are taking part of this event, and we really, that's why I'm thinking, it's wonderful, because without them, we wouldn't have time and money to pay for this.
Right. So we were yesterday. We were in the welcome part for the speakers, and I'm not sure was the CEO of the company that spoke there. Or,
yeah, it was the mayor and the CEO. Mayor of the city.
I'll talk to the mayor in a minute, but the CEO of the company was there, right? And so he was saying that they were not, you guys were not expecting such a large turnout, such a large event.
Yeah.
Was that like a big surprise that you see such a strong community here in Malaga?
Yeah, mainly we started to, as we started at the beginning, and then we started with few speakers, and then we started to get more and more and more, and suddenly, but we were selling the tickets, but it was quite slow, and it was like, we just have 50 people. It was like, that's not really a big event, but okay, let's go. But then people started to get more and more and more, and then in the end, it's like 300. It's amazing. We didn't expect this at all. So there's a unexpected community here in Malaga, and what I'm feeling is that, and this is something that they have said already, like, we want this to happen next year.
Right. Yeah. So basically, the events, what I see everywhere, I have been helping Javis groups start all over the world and helping the community grow. And what I see, what we see very, very normal is that you do an event, and that's like the catalyst for the community, so the community can get together. So if you do activities like like monthly or bi-monthly meetings and discussions like this, then you have a community around the event. That's going to be really interesting. So one thing I would like to say, by being here since the very beginning, seeing what Luis is doing, everything, is that it makes a huge difference. One person makes a huge difference. So Luis kind of had decided to do this, and I'm sure he was talking to some people when it started. But you know, he had lots of problems along the way, but he decided to do it, and by deciding to do, a lot of things happen around the things that you're doing, right? And so I think you that are watching us, you can make a huge difference in your company, in your community, in your city, and just by starting something, because a lot of other people will join you and help you make this really strong. So the one thing I was really impressed with, Luis, is that we got here yesterday, a bunch of speakers and everything, and we were received by the mayor of Malaga.
Yeah.
And he, you know, he knew about the events, and he was telling us, you know, all the activities that Malaga is doing to help our communities grow inside Malaga. So I think you're doing a great job, and it's very nice to see this here in Malaga and in Spain. You know, this commitment to bring technology and to increase the community in the city. So thanks a lot for this.
Thanks for coming, and thanks for for having this. That it is also helping us, and I hope we can repeat it next year.
Yes. Okay. So thanks, guys. You know, I don't think you have any questions here for Luis, but you know, I think all of us can follow his example and try to do things in our cities, either events or meetups or whatever, because that changed a lot. So one last question. So do you think that by doing this, do you think your career changed? I mean, does your company look at you like, oh man, you did a really good job? Or, you know, do you feel more engaged with the community? Do you feel better in your career because of that?
For sure. I mean, that's 100% sure. Didn't want to tell anyone, but they raised my salary after this.
Oh, they did. Wonderful. Okay, so you know, so you see, that's a way to improve your career, man.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Luis, thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot for your participation. Thanks a lot for being here.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Thanks for inviting us to be here also.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Okay, just remembering, I'm looking for cool people to bring here to talk to with you. So my arrangement here for you is that I'm gonna put things on mute, so you don't have to mute your side. So whenever we start, you can be right there. Oh, so Alan says the technical points are very, very important on events, but I agree the interaction with other people, the speakers, other developers, are much more interesting. You may read, watch videos, courses about technology, but you have fewer opportunities to make direct contact. So that's really, really a good point, Alan. Thanks a lot for making it. And, you know, that's one thing that we want to do with this online technology. We want you to have the direct contact with the speakers. I know it's hard. I know it's remote. I know it's different than sitting side by side. But, you know, this online communication can happen. And there's lots of interesting ways that we can do this. So I invited you to join here, and anything we can do to make this happen, you know, to get in contact. If you have questions, we're going to forward the questions to the speakers, get the speakers to talk directly to you. We're going to try to do as much as we can to have this direct contact, even online. So I think it's a way to start. You know, sometimes we can't travel, or it's not easy to travel. So at least we can have a start like this. Okay. So now, guys, I think I'm gonna have one more interview, but I gotta say that it's 5 o'clock. It's gonna be 5 o'clock. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock. I have a talk here at the event. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to bring this into my talk. I will try, right? So I'm gonna just try to bring the camera there, and even if it's just in the corner, at least you can watch a little bit. What we're doing is not gonna be perfect, but I know that the event is streaming some of the talks. I'm not sure if my talk is gonna be streaming. So the event is also streaming some of the talks. So if you want to go ahead and take a look on the JOnTheBeach.com website, J as Java, JOnTheBeach.com. Take a look there. You may find the streaming of the talks themselves. And if you do, maybe my talk is going to be streamed there. I don't know, so I can't really tell you the exact URL, but you can take a look there. Okay. And we are going to find a way to kind of bring this computer into the room somehow. My co-speakers here, Ihor, come here. So Ihor, you've seen Ihor before because he's the guy from Jelastic.
Hello.
That's why we are wearing the Jelastic t-shirt, because we're going to give a talk together now. And Jelastic invited me to join their talk. And you know, Tools Cloud is a Jelastic user. We have like our own Jelastic server where we run our stuff. And Ihor here has been helping him out for several months and kind of adjusting everything. he answered all my questions, everything. So we decided to do this talk together. Actually, I'll tell you how it happened. He had a talk, and I just kind of say, I want to talk with you. And so he agreed that so he's letting me join his talk. And my talk is with Tavis tomorrow, but I'm gonna give a talk with him right now, and we're gonna talk about live migration, right?
Right.
Yeah. So live migration is a pretty cool thing, man. Once you don't need to do, you don't need to have any downtime to migrate things for other places like that. Man, this changed a lot the way you think about cloud and about how you think about deploying things. So, this is going to be really cool talk, and we're going to bring you inside somehow. Okay, you look like twins almost. Okay, yeah. So, all right. So the thing is, one of the things that's going on is that the camera is not autofocus very well. So it's it's a little unfocused, and that's not a problem on the transmission. It's a problem on our side. And because of course I'm much more beautiful than he is. So Ihor,
Yeah.
you are from Ukraine.
Yes, right.
Yeah, so we can be twins. He's from Ukraine and I'm from Brazil.
Yeah, but we're here in Malaga.
Both in Malaga, yes.
Yeah.
So do you live in Malaga now, right?
Yeah, we are living in Malaga, actually near Malaga.
Okay.
We have an office here, and we're trying to be more Spanish now.
Okay.
Trying.
Have you learned to speak Spanish yet?
Un poco
Un
habla
poco?
español.
Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna put you on mute again because there is another speaker I want to bring in right before, and then we're gonna stop for our talk. Okay. I'll be right back. Bruno. Oh, okay. Marco says he would disagree on that one, right? Okay. So he thinks you're the beautiful guy, not me.
Ah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna put you guys on mute for a minute, and I'm gonna try to bring another speaker. Here, Krylov.
Yeah.
I got it right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm being really bad here to call names on people, right?
Okay.
Okay, guys. So we are here with Ivan Krivlov. Almost.
Almost.
All right. Okay. So, okay, Ivan. Right. So Ivan is from Azul, and he's here in the JOnTheBeach event to talk about. I'm going to ask what he's going to talk about in a minute, but so Ivan works on developing the Azul Java VM, and Azul is one. They are a Java VM provider. They are on the seat of the executive committee in the JCP. So they're one of the very innovative companies that are kind of pushing Java forward. So Ivan, thanks a lot for being here with us. We do have a few people online that are asking questions, right? So we're broadcasting here the whole day. So remember, guys, if you have any questions here about Java VM, or performance, this is the guy to ask. So we're gonna have a real short interview before I have to run to a talk, before he has to go get a coffee. So fire your questions away. So Ivan, thanks a lot for being here. Thanks for being. So what's your talk about?
I'm going to be talking about what can we expect from Java 9, which is coming up next year. As you mentioned already, we do provide JVM, we do provide JK. So once Oracle releases Java SE 9 for everybody, the clock will start ticking on us to do the same for our customers, and therefore to prepare for this, I started learning, what's going to be in Java 9.
Right.
And that's how I came to learn, what the scope of Java 9 changes, and I am here to share what I've learned so far.
Okay, that's very, very cool. So we're gonna ask him about the things that he finds cool about Java 9. So one of the things that just happened, right? 2 days ago, Oracle finally puts the GSR for Java 9, right?
Yes. Well, that is a very new. I was probably on a plane when that happened, so I didn't read the JSR yet. It's going to be a long reading, and I think it's going to be everybody's reading next weekend or next week.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So they just put the GSR out, so they still have to go through the approval process in the JCP. We're going to be voting it in the next month. So it's not. It's still the standardization process for Java 9 has just started, but the development of Java 9 has been going on for a while.
Absolutely, and depending on what kind of feature you're talking about, some development was happening in the past year, but let's say modularization has been happening for roughly 10 years, and guys were working hard on it, wanted to do it right. They had to throw away what they had so far a couple of times, and the solution is going to be final in Java 9. It's something that I've been developing only since the beginning of 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, a lot of effort was put in not just the time frame between Java 8 and Java 9, but a lot of work was baking in the background for a decade.
Okay, so let me put some fire in here. So we interviewed Jill Tanny a few days ago, and he was on the first day of the trip. We interviewed him, and he called Java 9 the third part. I mean, the third part of Java 7, right? Because Java 7 was supposed to be about all those changes, and then we had some changes in Java 7 and some changes in Java 8, and now we're finally getting modularization in Java 9, because that was like one of the initial things that you were expecting for Java 7. So why was modularization taking so long?
It is JDK is big, and it was getting bigger and bigger over time. And if you ever look at sources of, let's say, class libraries in Java 6, Java 7, there's a lot of interdependencies, and changing those dependencies into the ones that make more sense was a very, very difficult job to do. Someone would have to understand the old API, the new API, what was actually meant, why is this dependency needed, or is that something you can replace with something else? So I'd say the biggest bulk of work was happening there for the changes related to class libraries. And then later, in the meantime, they were discussing what are the language features that are needed to record these dependencies. It's kind of a separate thing. But on the slides that I'm going to be showing tomorrow, there are like 3 images. You can also find them in JEP 201, I believe. That dependency graph corresponding to JDK 7, early development time, JDK 8 and JDK 9. You can see how this graph really simplified and how from a total mass it became a fairly clean structure of what depends on what, and so these guys have done a great job. Maybe one would argue maybe that's something that should have been happening from the beginning, but that's not how software works.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we all would love to. It's very easy to look back and say, oh, this should be done right in Java 1.0, right? But it's that's not how it happens, right?
Yeah, exactly. So some of the examples were when guys were there are examples in the class libraries, in graphic class libraries, when guys would actually use things like core reflection in order to get access to an API which was not declared as public, but they needed to use anyway. It was a different package, so they would use core reflection to get hold of it and start using it. And that was within JDK itself. Clearly, API was wrong, but because structurally those are different teams, it was somewhat difficult to propagate the changes through.
Right.
So you can say it's a huge effort to make it all sensible and correct. And yeah, Oracle definitely deserves credit for doing that.
Okay. All right. So just one last question, because we gotta go for our talk also. Oh, Abdinur has a question.
Yeah.
So what is the career routes to get into Java performance? Are there any masters that prepares for that? I know. Should you do like a master degree to get to be in Java performance, or can you do it the other way?
You gotta be, whatever you do, you gotta be curious about what's happening beneath. So the people that a lot of people that I know that are doing performance work, platform performance, are the people that were doing regular Java development, like regular day-to-day stuff, and then they started thinking, well, let me see, how this collection really works. What's happening underneath? And there are various means how to read, at different layers of how far deep you want to go down. And definitely, when we're talking about like JVM ecosystem, there are talks and lectures, YouTube recordings, and so forth that you can learn. It's probably not very systematic, but tons of information out there. So if you have a specific, problem that you see in your Java code, you start to go dig deeper and learn little by little, and that's how you become. But you do need a core understanding of how OSs work, how OS process, preemption, scheduling, things like that. Probably a good idea to have some understanding about how CPU generally work. What is a pipeline?
Nice.
What are processes and cores on the system. So there are 2 or 3 basic courses, university level basic courses that you would want to take, including the virtual ones. There are plenty of recordings on Coursera and those online, free online teaching courses. So, and be curious. Don't take things for granted. Try to go deeper, and that's how you learn the performance stuff.
Okay, so Marcus says, nice answer, thanks. Right. So now,
welcome.
That's one question I've been asking to everyone, is that you are a very successful developer. You now work on Azure. You're working on the JVM itself. You're telling me before we started the interview that you're working on the saving the optimizations in bytecode. So next time you start application, it starts. I mean, you're working on very, very low level, very specific, very cool stuff, right? What happened in your career? I mean, like, what is one thing you did in your career that really changed your career and brought you here where you are today? I mean, like, it was something that you studied, or something you did, or an event that you attended, or someone you talked to. I mean, what happened? What did you do that people could try to do also to improve their careers?
First of all, I need to do a slight correction. Yes, the stuff that I'm working on is actually persisting or saving information about a previous run of JVM, so they can be reused on the next run. It doesn't have to do with bytecodes, but that it's a technology that's already available to our customers, but we keep advancing it. As for what made my career change, it's hard to say in a single a word or a single paragraph, but I would say I forgot whose quote is that, but somebody said your success is proportional to the amount of time you spend on doing things that are not required by your job requirement.
Okay, that's really cool.
And so when, for example, like talks like I'm giving, I'm not required to give talks like that. That's not part of my job. I'm a software developer. I'm an engineer. I'm not a technical evangelist. I'm not a speaker. I'm not a deputy CTO or something like that. I do coding, and my work success is measured by what I do in terms of fixing bugs and implementing new features. Talks are not part of that.
Right.
But that's something that I do as an extra. It takes extra time, but if I find it fairly beneficial.
That's really cool. So think about this phrase. Right? Your success is proportional to the time you invest doing things that your job doesn't require. I mean, this is really your job does not require.
That goes beyond your responsibilities.
Go beyond responsibility. That's a really deep thing for you guys to think about. So now, Alan asks, besides the project Jigsaw, I heard about repo, read, evaluate, print, loop, and the money API. Seems very cool on Java 9. So you have any comments on those things, or?
So modular.
He was just doing a comment, not a question, but
Yeah, there are about 80 proposals going into Java 9. Some are fairly minor, some are bigger. I definitely care more about the JVM ones because I have to work, with them more closely. There is a string compaction API followed by the identification, so reworking the way that string compaction works in class libraries. So that I work from Alexei Shepilov and some other folks at Oracle. So that's one. Then there are var handles that are already integrated as of April. There are, I can keep going, but there are roughly about 80 features. Probably 40 of them are worth mentioning. I'm gonna be going through about 10 of those. I can mention one that I personally did. Giltine came up with the idea, and I came up with an implementation, which is a hint. It is something that guys who are in the low latency market have been screaming about, something I could easily do in assembler of C, but could not do in Java. And so we introduced this little method in the thread class, which allows you to indicate, and JVM by the means of intrinsification will inject the x86 pause instruction, which really helps the latency. And you can check out JEP 285 for more details. A very simple thing to use, and it's going to be beneficial for those guys who care about latency first and to some extent performance as well.
Okay. That's really cool. So, Ivan, thanks a lot for your time, and thanks a lot. And so, guys, your talk's going to be tomorrow?
It's going to be tomorrow at 11 o'clock. 11
o'clock in Malaga time. And a lot of the talks are being streamed. I'm not sure if all of them, I'm going to check on this, but a lot of the talks are being streamed. So maybe you want to take a check the JOnTheBeach.com website to see if Ivan's talk tomorrow at 11 o'clock is going to be streamed.
As far as I know, that room is not live streamed, but it will be recorded and will be placed online shortly afterwards.
Okay.
So check it out. I hope you'll find it useful. It's a very fresh video. I keep updating slides pretty much every week because new stuff keeps coming.
Right.
Interesting topic. So
okay.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Thanks a lot. All right, guys. So thanks a lot. So that was Ivan from Azul and working on very cool stuff. Thanks, Ivan. So we're gonna stop here for a minute because I need to go to my talk, and as I told you, I'm gonna take the laptop with me, and hopefully we're gonna keep streaming. And if not, I apologize in advance because I have no idea if the network's gonna work until I get there. But if we do stop streaming, then we're going to be back here tomorrow, or I'll send you an email with the new link as soon as we're live again. Okay. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, guys. And bear with me for a little bit because I'm going to try to go to my room streaming. That's going to be kind of crazy. I'm going to move around with the laptop, so don't just we did a webinar from the car, right? So why can't I do one while I'm going to my room, right? So just bear with me for a minute. And Hendrik, thanks Alan. We're trying to get cool people here for you to talk with. So if you have any good ideas of nice people that I should be looking for, let me know. Maybe you want to take a look at the JOnTheBeach.com website and see who are the cool speakers that are there that you want me to go find. I'm gonna go track them. We're expecting to talk with Kirk Pepperdine either later today, but if not today, certainly tomorrow. He was helping me out setting things up here out here in the outdoors. So he's all totally willing to do to come here talk with us about performance. He couldn't be here a little earlier because it was his talk. Now his talk is finished. It's now my talk. So we're arranging things here. So thanks, guys. We're gonna keep streaming. Don't go anywhere if you can. My promise to you is that I'm just gonna put the microphone on when there's some interesting discussions going on here. So you don't need to mute, because I'm not gonna get you any noise, unnecessary noise. So we're only gonna open up the microphone when there's cool people that we can talk to. Okay. All right. So I'll be on mute now. Thanks. Okay, guys, this is completely crazy and nuts, but we have just set up, and I'm here with Igor from Jelastic. You saw him talking already, and in a few minutes, this room here is going to be filled with people because they're on the break now, and so we're going to start our conversation. I know it's not perfect. You're just going to see the slides like more or less. So hopefully that will work for you guys that are watching us remotely. And you know, hopefully the sound works okay. So if you're watching us, if you can just say if the sound is okay right now, because we're not gonna touch anything else until the time the talk starts. So if you're just watching us, say the sound is okay, I'll be happy. Okay. Right. Maybe it's not okay. Okay, but I'll wait for you guys to hear a little bit and then tell me if the sound's fine or not. Yes. Okay. So I think we're all set. And it's not the perfect position for the camera. I'm just going to take the microphone out of here. Okay. Right. So it's not the perfect position for the camera, but it's the position that we can actually hear here. Okay. All right. Let me know if the sound is good or not. And we will at least record and transmit this. Okay. Thanks, guys. Okay, so hopefully that's okay. Good.
Okay. Okay, everyone. Thanks for coming. So this talk was originally going to be Ruslan from Elastic Talking, but he hasn't made it, so we've got Igor, also from Elastic Talking. He's been joined by Bruno there. And we're going to be talking about Elastic and the clever tricks it can do with containers. So take it away, guys.
Okay, then. Okay. All right. Hello. Can you guys hear me? So, I mean, you guys are too far away. This is not comfortable. This chair here. Is that what you're not seeing here? All right. Okay. So, yeah. Come on. Come on. You gotta sit there. Don't sit there. Sit here. Come on. All right. Yeah. Sit closer. Oh, nice ring over there. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. So first of all, let me introduce you my good friend here, Ihor. So Ihor is from Jelastic, and he's one of the main architects of the Jelastic platform. And you know, for me, it's first of all, I wasn't even listed to be on this talk, right? But I asked Ihor if I could join in. Code4Life, the company that I run, we use the Jelastic platform. As you know, we have like our own private Jelastic servers and everything. So I said, you know, I have some good things to talk about. So, you know, he believes I do have. So, you know, we always can talk about bad things too, right? Okay, so if you guys hear her from Jelastic.
Thank you. And Bruno, you know probably Bruno because Bruno is one of the most famous people in Java world. He is from Brazil, and actually he is very good person. And personally, I learned a lot from him, and I'm super glad that Bruno you are together with me today. So let's talk. So we will have a conversation today. So it's not a speech, it's just a conversation. So we want to share our experience. We would like you to share your experience. We just want to talk with you. So let's start. Today we will talk about the problem.
Yeah, okay.
That's
all right.
That's okay.
Not working?
No, it's almost.
Okay, so thanks. All right, so yeah, so today we, so one of the things that we have, let me ask you, who here has downtime problems? Actually, everyone has downtime problems, right? Actually, so that's a wrong question. Who here has a problem of downtime when you have to update your application? You have to turn servers down. You kind of keep some time servers disconnected. Who has those kind of problems? Anyone else have a problem with that? Okay, come on. Like I don't put applications up, right? So that I don't have problems with downtime, right? You know, a lot of times we have this. There's two different kinds of downtime, right? One is the downtime that happens for things that you don't control, right? So, for example, you know, you're running your application. There's a bug, right? So your server crashes, right? So you know, it's something that maybe you failed somewhere in your test or something like this, and that's a problem. Of course, it's a problem. Then you have to run to get your application back up and everything. Now. Or sometimes your server provider just kind of have problems and you know, it gets offline or your network disappears or lots of different things. Their application can become, oops, man, oh God. I'm not sure if you realize what just happened. The guy tried to open the window, there's lots of glasses right in front of the window, right? So that would be a cool stuff, all of those glasses falling on the ground. That would be downtime, right? For glasses at least. Now, there's another type of downtime. There is the downtime that happens because of we decided to have, right? That when you upgrade the application, you're gonna say, okay, we're gonna upgrade the application, and we shut things down to upgrade the application, or to change the database, or to do something, and then now we are the cause of the downtime, right? And so this is really bad because you know it's totally preventable in a way because we could have think in a different way. It could not disconnect the server, right? So, but downtime, there happens, a lot of times it happens for, you know, can you just pass it really quick? Yes, a lot of time it happens because we need to increase our application somehow, right? So for example, you know, you have to do some hardware maintenance, right? So sometimes even if you're doing a virtual machine, or in the cloud, you know, I'm not sure how many you have, like, for example, your machines on Amazon. And from time to time, Amazon sends you a message saying, you know, your machine is going to be disconnected, so you have until that day to restart it or something like this. So you have to restart the machine before Amazon stops it. Or sometimes, you know, your server kind of grows and you need a larger machine. What happens if you need a larger machine in Amazon? Well, you have to shut the machine down, increase the size, and you start it up again, right? So now all of these that falls on the hardware maintenance thing. You have to improve your system underneath, right?
And not only from a perspective of end user that use actually hosting services, but only from a perspective of hosting service provider. If you need to do any upgrade, anything, you need to disappoint your end user, and your users are unhappy. So this.
Yeah, if you have any host provider, a lot of times your host provider says your machine is going to be up for maintenance at some time, and then it's going to be offline from that time to that time. And I'm sure if anyone has gotten this email from providers, right? It always happens. Yes. All right. So wait, come on. I'm in the previous slide. Where are you going?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. We still have problems.
Yes. Right. There's other things. All right. Okay. So sometimes you have your cluster, and then there's some machines in your cluster is like more heavily used for some reason, and then you have to you want to move things around, run another cluster. So you have to do, and then you kind of shut, or maybe you want to you have several machines in the cluster, and you want to shut down one of them, or put another machine in the cluster. All of these are kind of downtime, and sometimes your user doesn't see it, but it's downtime that you have to think. One interesting thing that we do is that a lot of times we do planned downtime, right? That's the kind of things, you say, I have my bank accounts in a bank in Brazil. I got main banks, but I have my bank account in a bank in Brazil, and for some reason, from 2 o'clock in the morning to like 4 o'clock in the morning, you can't do anything, right? You can't do any transactions, and that's okay. You're usually sleeping about that time, and sometimes you're like early in the morning here, and you try to do some transaction before you come to the event, like just happened a couple of days ago, right? And then the bank is offline because you're doing some kind of planned downtime, right? And I think this happens a lot. A lot of times we want to upgrade applications, so we plan the downtime. The speaker in his room here earlier today, I'm not sure, I did catch his whole talk, but I don't remember his name, but he was talking about doing deploys of applications in production during business hours. Right? A lot of people do deployment of applications off hours, right? And he was explaining why it's very good to do during business hours, because everyone is there, the whole team is there, if anything happens, right? Yes, it's much better to do deploy of applications during business hours. Why don't we do it? Why do we do it on weekends at nights, right? Because we have planned downtime, right? So we're going to do upgrades or any deployments you do during the nights or during off hours, because that's planned downtime. If anything happens, the user is not going to see. The problem with the networks, with the internet today, is that any time is the time the users are online, right? So so a lot of times we have to kind of think about this downtime problem.
Yeah, so their guys are also disappointed because they have to do night hours.
Yes.
They don't have choice. So it's like not as a walk around, ugly walk around to do the things.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of times you say, oh, we're going to do maintenance, so let's just plan the downtime. We're usually not going to complain, but that's just a workaround. We want no downtime, right? That's the best thing. Okay.
So let's watch through the solutions, what we can actually think about.
Right.
If we want to do no.
Yeah. So So a few things that we do is that we just kind of do reroute things, right? We have like a load balancer in the front, and then you start different servers in the back end, and then if you're going to stop something, you stop sending requests from one server and you move to another server. So that's a good way of doing things, right? So, you can just reroute your traffic, and then people are not going to see the downtime because it's actually not that machine is not responding to any request. So that's a good way.
But the bad thing about this is that people are actually time and hardware. So you need spare hardware to spin up new virtual machines, new containers. You need time to do this, and you need to be sure that your data is consistent with the one that is going to be done. So this actually requires some extra efforts, which is actually not a perfect solution. That's why.
Yeah, the other way of doing this things like a lot of them, there's a lot of talk lately today about microservices, and a lot of people are talking. You can re-architecture applications, lots of different components, and so so instead of having any kind of downtime, you just kind of shut down one component, restart a component. Edson Yanaga was talking the other day in one of the events that we did this week. So we've been traveling all over Europe for the last 2 weeks. So Edson Yanaga was talking the other day about you have like this service that kind of cache some requests. If a microservice goes down, you can cache a request, so the user doesn't notice that anything went down or anything downtime. So microservices are also a good way of kind of mitigating some of these downtime problems, right?
But it requires actually people to be acknowledged about that, and actually it requires architecture to be planned from the very beginning in the correct way. So as you know, microservices is very young direction. So people were writing the code for ages, but they were writing the code for ages in the way they used to write it, and this approach will completely not work for legacy storage. So any big legacy application is not a microservice. So it's not easy just to split it with a knife and say it can be just particle from another part. So this thing will also work only for some certain applications. It will not work for everything. So if you have data center, you have thousands of customers, you won't ask anyone, so do you have microservice? Have you? Have you? Are you? I did.
All right.
So it's an issue.
Yeah, so basically, the whole idea of microservices is very good, but of course it requires, a lot of people have problems deploying one application without downtime, right? And then you do a microservice, okay, so we're gonna do microservice so we can prevent downtime, and then instead of deploying one application, you're deploying maybe 10 or 20 or maybe 100 microservices, and then you're now having to make sure that all of those 100 microservices don't have downtime. So, it's already hard enough to do with one, right? So, moving to microservices just because it's not necessarily the best way to do it, right? So, because it adds a lot of more complexity. You have to really think the application. Sometimes you don't even have the time to actually rethink the application, so you don't have downtime, right?
Right. So we're gonna be a bit dreamers.
Yeah. So let's imagine that instead of all of these, let's imagine that we could do a very cool thing. That is, let's imagine that we could migrate our application from one server to another server without stopping the application at any point, without stop sending requests to it. Let's imagine that we could actually do this kind of things even between data centers, like kind of get an application that's running on Microsoft Azure and move it to AWS or to Amazon, for example. And we're just going to reroute all the users transparently. We don't need to care about any of those things. We're just going to do this, right? So that would be really cool, right? So let's imagine we could do this. How would we change our development if we could actually migrate applications from one server to the next without stopping the request, without stopping the work, without any kind of downtime, right? Let's see what kind of things we could do. First of all, hardware maintenance is going to be a lot easier, right? Because, if your hardware has problems, right, or it's too small, you just start a new VM, right, or new hardware. It could be like a real physical machine, and you just migrate your application to the other guy, and you shut down the previous one, right? So now it wouldn't be a big deal if if I could just kind of migrate without problems. I could just do this, and that's easy, right? So it's a lot easier to do hardware maintenance than or upgrade the hardware or anything like that. If I could just do this live migration thing.
Then rebalancing. Another thing, if you have your applications scalable and you can scale vertically, so the size, the amount of RAM which is consumed by the application can grow dynamically, the amount of CPU consumed can grow dynamically. The issue is that you have static servers and you cannot actually grow dynamically too much because you have another applications running there and you will have a balanced cluster. Some of nodes will be underloaded and another nodes will be overloaded. So because it's impossible without downtime to migrate the applications which eat at too much RAM. So that's also would be an issue. And if we could migrate it on fly, that wouldn't be an issue. We could keep the cluster be equally load balanced. So only if you have big application here, some small applications can drive to another node. And so that would be cool.
Yeah, so that's an easy way for us to actually resolve the problem of unbalanced service, because just kind of migrate, think about you have lots of microservices, for example. If I could, some of the smaller microservices, just move them out to a new server, that would make a lot easier for us to balance our servers back again. Right, and what would you do if we had this thing, if we could just migrate things, then the whole DevOps pipeline would change. So that's how we do today, right? Since we basically have our definition of our container, right, somewhere down on the hub registry, for example, and then we're gonna do development. So we start the container on our development environment and add all the data to it and everything, so we can develop and everything. Now when we move to test, so when we move to test, we download again the container and we run, we configure our test environment and everything, so we run our test, right? So then when we need to do staging, we do the same thing. We download from the registry the container, right, the image of the container, then we add the data, we run all the staging things, right? If you're gonna do production, the same thing. Oh, come on, don't. Right, the same thing. We kind of always download and reconfigure the container in each one of the environments, right? Now, if we had, if you could just migrate applications from one server to the other without any kind of downtime, right?
Yeah.
Come on, you have to. Now is the time to pass the slide.
I just thought about another case. So imagine, sorry for interruption. Imagine this container is sick and it's memory leaking. This particular piece of container. I can download another one and can spin another one, but I cannot take a look into the issue right here because that is on production, and I need to move it to a special isolated place where my engineers could take a look and to find the problem. And actually, this is also the issue. You can spin another one, but you cannot dig into existing one because that is production.
Right.
And, yeah, that's for pipelines.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So then if we could actually just migrate the containers, right, or migrate the application, right? So we could just kind of start the container on the development environment. We can run all the stuff there, make the configuration that we need, everything. Okay. So is it good, right? So I can migrate to test, let it run all the test stuff and everything. And then when it's ready to do stage, I can just move to stage, and then so the guys at staging, because then the test doesn't have access to that application anymore. Just the guys at staging have access to the application. Now they can configure everything they need for staging to say, okay, so now it's ready for production, right? So now when you're going to move it's the same binary, right? So you're just going to move into production. And so now we can clone one and move to production, or and move it to another production. So now it moves into production, all the configuration the right way, everything, it's the same binary, it's the same thing that's working, the same configuration that's working, is the same IP address that was working on the stage, for example. If we could just migrate things, then this thing is going to be turn the whole production deployment a lot easier.
Yeah, because time would be saved. You need not to provision it on the production. So the place where container is provisioned with your application can be absolutely different from the place where your application will be running at the end. Imagine that this is my build system, and I actually build my containers right here. So I can deliver it from this place around the world. So absolutely everywhere. My container will be delivered with up and running, and I don't need to waste time to reconfigure everything to start to build anything in new place. So everything is up and running and can be just be delivered production on the fly.
Right, and then when he's talking about all over the world, what does that mean all over the world, right? So let's see, let's say if you had multiple clouds, right? Not every cloud provider is in every country, but if you have a set of cloud providers, you can actually reach all kinds of different things. So maybe you could move, right? If we had this thing called live migration, we could just move our application from, Amazon to Azure, for example, so maybe Azure has all kinds of data centers around the world. Amazon also has. They're not exactly the same place, so maybe you could benefit from having your application running different things. Or maybe you could have things like that. You could have your development environments running on Amazon, right? So you can do all the tests and everything, but your production environments, you actually have, I don't know, you have a deal with Microsoft, or you have a special requirement for a customer, then you could just actually migrate your application to run in production in a different data center, right? We've been, as I said, we've been traveling now over Europe. One of the problems that a lot of people mention about using cloud computing in Germany, for example, is that Germany has all those laws that certain types of application can only run in data center inside Germany. I'm sure in Brazil we also have the same things. Healthcare application, for example, financial application can only run in data centers inside the country. And so sometimes you say, I want to run on Amazon, but if Amazon doesn't have a data center in your country, then you can't run. But you could do all your development on Amazon and then run production in a data center in your country if you wanted to, if you could just migrate applications from one to the other without any problem, right? Or you could have a customer that says, I already have my environment running on certain cloud provider. Can you just run the application here? You could do all those things, those kind of things.
Yes, it's all about moving workloads. For example, you recently opened another region in another part of the world, and you also have actually connected your data center here. Your data center can be in public cloud, or again, in Azure, in Amazon, and I need to move all my workloads because this place requires more of my attention than other places. So that's a kind of business decision to move your workloads more flexibly. Another thing is competitors. Mm-hmm. So if you have multiple clouds connected to your system, which can distribute your containers on fly, you can actually take a look to the prices. So if suddenly, for example, tomorrow morning, mm-hmm. Amazon will be for free, for example,
right?
I will move half my resources to Amazon because it's for free.
Right.
And if suddenly, again, in a day after that, Amazon becomes 2 times more expensive and Azure will be 2 times less expensive, you can be flexible with this. So you can move your workloads due to actually dynamic things like prices, or another thing. So data center can be down, for example.
Right.
News, Amazon burnt out.
It happens, yes.
It happens, why not? So you need to be flexible. You need to be flexible enough to lose your data and your application.
So yeah, so a lot of times you think, that's kind of weird. That really happened. We recently had a problem in Brazil that's, some of you might have heard all the confusions and political problems that we have going on in Brazil right now. So one of the things that happened is that the dollar conversion kind of went way up. All right. So when he did this, hosting things on Amazon in the US, because Amazon only charges dollars, got a lot more expensive than if you just hosted things on Microsoft Azure that charges in reals in Brazil. So so a lot of times there's all kinds of different things that you can do to use this thing.
And now we can show our focus.
Right. So and then one other interesting thing about multiple providers is that, for example, we had in Germany we had these guys that they're running all of their developments, all of their testing, all on Amazon. Because it's faster, it's all cloud, everything. But when they go into production, production has to be inside their customer, because their customer is not running production in anyone's other data center; they're running their own data center. So now they have to do all the testing. And so when it goes to production, that's when they have to recreate the containers, redo everything, because now it's a completely different data center, right? So everything you tested before is kind of different now that you're going to run in production, because you have to restart the whole process.
And do you think that is so possible?
So now, if that would be a good way, so can we show how we do this?
Yes, it wouldn't be fair if we just said, but we didn't show there actually how that.
No, there's one more slide. Yes, there's one more slide. Before you do the demo. Yes, okay, yes. So now, think about it. If we're going to do live migration, right? How would we do live migration? You know, is this something reasonable to do, right? You know, this is a reasonable way of doing live migration, right? We can at some point, you know, we gotta get, so we have the source node right here, right? That's where our application is running. We want to run in the destination node upstairs, right? So we're gonna get at some point, we're gonna start copying everything that we have from the source from the origin, right? The source node to the destination node. So we're gonna copy everything. We're gonna copy the binaries, we're gonna copy the data, and we're gonna copy the memory, right? So we copy everything. This can take some time. It doesn't matter because all the requests are being answered by this guy here in the bottom, right? So that's not a problem. We can just kind of keep copying those things. Now, once we have copied enough, right, and we can start syncing, right, the difference between what's going on in this guy here, what's going on the other guy, right? Syncing difference in memory, different in disk, everything. We can do this, right? It's not, it doesn't look so complex. But at some point, we gotta stop, right? Because if we keep accessing requests down here, things are gonna change. You're not gonna be able to move up, right? So at some point, you have to freeze this state here, copy the rest of the stuff that's missing, and then unfreeze the application on the side, right?
There's a problem. So
that's a problem.
Yeah, because many years before that wasn't possible because actually the number one, you have connection. So you already have servers connected to a client. Is this client like interrupted? Or another thing, the data which you was working on from this source node need to be exactly the same on the destination node. So the user could even not see the disconnect or the issue. So these issues, all of these issues being solved already. So there is a technology called Trio. It's a checkpoint restore in user space that allows to freeze the process in different to usual virtual machine where everything is back to a RAM image and then back on the destination node. That thing operates by process. So it collects all the data related to each process and then freeze back this process and then unpack this process on a destination node together with all the settings, with all the TCP settings that were, with all the TCP connections that were established on the source node. So
I mean, so you're saying that we have the technology today that we can freeze memory, processing, data, networking, everything, and just kind of do the last step.
The story of this technology wasn't so simple because they were trying many times to put this technology to the core of the Linux kernel. But for many reasons, this was declined. So that's why some of things were moved to user space, but the technology itself works for now. And some improvements to Linux kernel being done to make this happen, to make this technology work. For example, TCP repair mode, so the ability to restore your TCP connection, which is already established, to another node with all the settings that were previously set on that node. And to continue your connection without any issues as it was before. So,
okay, so I mean, can we when you say it's working, can we actually see this working?
Let's try.
All right. Okay. So so we're gonna show you here how those concepts can apply. I mean, we're gonna show how live migration can work, right? And one interesting thing is that we're going to show here on the JOLASTIC platform, right? Because live migration is a reality today. You can do this. There's some vendors that already provide. So the more we start thinking about that this is possible, the more we can rethink the way we do things because those things are possible. So we're going to show here JOLASTIC. Then we're going to talk about who already provides this for you.
So as you can see, the node is not located on Amazon.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not sure how many of you guys know. So JOLASTIC is a container orchestration platform. Right. So it's used to orchestrate. It's like the cranes. You know, when you go to the docks and you see all the cranes managing the containers, right? So that's this for software containers, right? So JOLASTIC is the platform that manages all the containers and makes sure that all the containers work well, right? So and what you see here, this is the developer view of Jelastic. So we also have a operations view that we're not showing here right now. And so here you're going to see all of the, each one of these lines here is actually an environment that's composed of several components. And
yeah, it's a set of containers. The application is, for example, one environment. It's a set of containers. And for now, we have a platform connected to hybrid cloud. So there are many of clouds connected together. It's also Amazon, Azure, software. So there are many of them connected together. And we have Minecraft server running on Amazon right now.
I will get you Minecraft.
Minecraft.
So Minecraft is cool, right?
Yeah, so I will show you.
All right, so basically what it's going to show here, right, is that we have all the servers right there. I mean, we have the environment, Minecraft Live Migration, one environment with lots of different containers inside, right? So so you might have database containers, you might have application server containers, you might have your messaging application. All of these are like separated different containers, and so you have the full environment there up and running with everything that you need to run your application, right?
Yeah. So as you can see, there is a connection stream with my endpoint that is following this container. Minecraft is running, private port which is listening, and my Minecraft application I will show you. I created today because actually we didn't actually first expect it to show it, but then we decided why not. So as you can see, demo multi-cloud, it's JOnTheBeach. So we connect to it.
Okay, so we're now.
Bruno, can you play Minecraft? Because I can actually.
Okay, I'm just
not a Minecraft expert.
Come on, who's a Minecraft expert here that wants to play Minecraft while we do this?
Is there anyone?
Come on, come play Minecraft.
Please.
Come here, play Minecraft.
Yeah,
Come on. Okay. Come on. Yes.
I've been playing this for hundreds of times, but I don't know how because actually, so you see, there is something going on.
Okay, so he's gonna start playing Minecraft, right? So what we're doing here is we're running.
It's nice. So we can wait for a minute or two that will.
So wait, did you start the migration already?
No.
Okay.
We are still on Amazon.
Yeah.
Playing Minecraft on Amazon.
So he's running Minecraft.
Actually, he has Minecraft client on the phone. We can give a URL. You can connect it. We will be playing together.
Yeah. So we could all, that's a server on Amazon. You could all connect to the Minecraft. So we should probably.
Do you have on the phone?
I'm not here right now, but yes. My phone's not on the network.
I'm not a Minecraft user, so it's a real Minecraft.
Who wants to connect to the server? Does anyone want to connect to the server? Can view the URL? No? Okay, right. We should think about this next time.
Yeah.
All right. So he's going to be running, and he's going to do anything he wants there. It's kind of dark, unfortunately, but but you can see this right there, right? Can you see it? Can you write the lights there? Oh, he can see better than we do. Okay. All right. So he's going to be playing. So we have a Minecraft client connects to Minecraft server on Amazon, right? So come on. It's dark. It's nice. No, you're not supposed to play. No. Let him play. You're supposed to be here. Okay,
I'm here.
Right.
I cannot play Minecraft. I cannot do this.
Yes.
I tried to play, but I cannot.
Okay, so he's doing it. Now, why he's doing it? Can we start migration?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so
let me interrupt you just for some seconds and we'll start the migration.
So the migration will take some time because he has to copy all the containers, all the data, everything from Amazon to Azure. Right?
We're not going to Azure, right?
Oh, we're not going to do Azure. We're going to do two. So basically what he's doing here, look, okay, I couldn't even see, right? He just click a button saying, I want to migrate this to another provider, right? Okay, so now,
migration is in progress.
Yes. So now it's going, there is a update. Yes. You see it right there, that's kind of dark, like
on the backstage it's written this migrating. So you will see the notification right there after the server will be delivered to Azure. So now it's progress to Azure.
Yeah, so now the servers are moving from one provider to the next provider, right? It's going to be Azure this time. You did right? So it's moving from right here. You can see here migrating from you know, so it's kind of spinning right there. Why are you doing this? The user doesn't, you know, the interesting thing about doing live migration is that it might take some time, right, to copy the data, copy everything, but that doesn't matter, right, because you don't have to tell the user stop using the application because you're going to migrate, right, so it's just going, right, so it might take some time, not sure how long it takes here, but it's a couple of minutes.
So what should we do in the game? So we should do
Yes, what do you want to do in the game, right, why we do this? Come on, what do you want him to do in the game, right? Create a intelligence. Demo mode. Demo mode, right?
The issue actually can be internet connection. Well, let's try again. I want to try again. Okay, is it okay to try again?
Can you try again? Can you try again?
Perfect.
All right.
So let's
You know, demo mode, right? You know, he said, you know, we shouldn't do this live, right? But you know, I said, you know, we got to do this live because we have to show that this works, right? Okay. Just gonna try again?
Yeah, we'll try again.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. I'm not sure how internet connection is good, but let's try it.
Okay, so the internet connection not working?
I don't know this.
I think it is. It's streaming from there. So.
Okay.
All right. Just gonna. Okay. So basically, the whole idea is that, you know, this has to be very stable, right? This kind of thing can happen, of course, right? So we are in a demo. The demo mode here. There's lots of things that our servers are kind of need to be adjusted to be like real stable every time. But the cool thing is that we're doing this every day, right? We're doing this right now. But so for example, on Tools Cloud, that's the company that we run, we're doing this kind of thing every day. We're moving containers from one server to the next. We're moving containers from Amazon to Microsoft Azure, right? So once you have everything like set and running, okay.
Yeah, it's really going.
Okay, so it's really going, and we started again.
We are moving back to Amazon.
Moving back to Amazon.
Yeah, prices are getting better, so we move to Amazon.
Yeah, all right, so prices, okay. So now, let's see if that's going to happen this time. So basically, you know, the funny thing is that once you start doing these kind of things, right, we do this every day, right? So a lot of times, we have this one application that we have some people using, and I use this on my demos. When I do live migration demos, I use it on my server, and I just switch back and forth this application. So, you know, it does work, but of course, something was wrong on our configuration back then. We may have made a mistake, right?
Maybe, but this should work. So actually, the main key point is not to actually worry about new technology. So you should.
Oh, success!
Ah.
Keep playing. All right. So basically, the user, you know, we migrate the server from one cloud provider to the next cloud provider.
Yeah, but that's not an issue of migration. So it's more like the issue of the connection. Migration was done before that. Yeah, migration was done before that. I will. Yeah. It's probably it's related.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's demo mode, right? Like, you know. Okay. Thanks very much. I'm not going to try. Thanks a lot. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, guys. So basically, you know, once this thing works, right? Okay, we get the next license.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, at least the migration is finished, and then there's some networking problem, something. But so that's basically what happened, right? You know, we kind of move things. We then at some point, there's just a tiny little bit of state that we kind of do to migrate from one side to the next. There's very little change on the application itself, right? You know, but of course, the Minecraft client helps in some ways because Minecraft clients, you know, keeps connected to the server all the time. Sometimes, you know, some applications don't work totally, especially when you have a client, right? But if you're doing like web application, for example, that the browser connects, for example, it's very easy. And so it's easy for some applications, harder for others. Minecraft is a good one. It's a good example because it's a client that does connect to the server, right? So it's like one of the hardest examples that we can do, right? Most times when you do, for example, when you do web applications, that basically what you're doing is just guarantee that the cookie is the same and that the encryption is the same, everything. It's a lot easier because, you know, the next request goes to the new server. So that depends on the kind of application, but mostly works without you doing anything in the application at all.
It works very nice with streaming application if you try to stream a movie because you have buffer, which is actually the part of data which is buffered and it's seamless for the end user. But there can be some bottlenecks and things we need to also talk about. Because
I think few things you can't do, right? For example, if you have like a big data application or you have a huge amount of data that changes very frequently, you don't have time to actually stop in one place and start the other one. So it's not for every type of application.
Yeah, so the freeze time can be bigger than you expect. So usual freeze time can be from 5 seconds to 30 seconds for big applications. But in case you have very frequently data that is changing all the time, it's hard to actually move everything to accept this data. And this delta that will be transmitted far longer than you expect. So that's why your application should actually think about timeouts for your connection. So actually, for web browser and usual web applications, that's not an issue at all. It's mostly related to some real-time applications that requires actually even no delays in network.
Right.
So another thing is data integrity. So it's important to make sure that all the data you have access from your application on this point, on the source point, you have the same access to the data, the same data on the destination point. Usually within containers that is supported by a file system, which can live, for example, in an image. So when you transmit the image will be actually consistent. Yeah.
Okay, so now next one. So one interesting thing is that once you have that, other things we're talking about, migrating inside the same data center. So we're doing here migration between data centers, but of course, if you're doing this between two servers in the same data center, it's a lot easier and a lot faster. So you can do much more real-time applications because the network it's a lot faster than moving across data centers. Come on, already do it. Okay. Anyway, right? And so, but the interesting thing is that once you start being able to do across data centers from multiple vendors, that's when the multi-cloud thing starts getting interesting, right?
So you will say how that can be worked in multi-cloud as networks are completely different. So that's an Amazon network, this Microsoft network. So there is another technology which is growing right now. It's overlay networks. SDN, software management networks, and we have good partners are here in Telemed who are working with SDN, so they're doing their own SDN solution. That's very nice, and the same thing, very similar to this we are using, but it's actually not automated in the same way as guys has. So that's overlay network. So network on top of another network, and we do use this to connect clouds between themselves. So inside it's a single network.
Yeah, no, because we don't have time.
Sorry.
Right. So with multi-cloud, you don't have a lock-in with vendors.
Yeah.
Come on. We don't have, we can do hybrid cloud. You can do, your own private cloud, and you can burst things to your cloud provider, or use the cloud provider as a disaster recovery guy, for example. High availability disaster recovery. You have a lot less risk if you're being able to span multiple cloud providers.
Yes.
So now one interesting things here.
It's all about bottlenecks, so we know about this.
Mm-hmm. So there are some. We talked a little bit about this, right?
Yeah, we talked about this. So
yes.
One more thing we didn't mention is about external IP addresses. So if you don't have any cast IP addresses, you should also use single entry point for your request. So there should be a gateway server, which actually will handle this overlay network between the clouds. So that's clear, because if your client application was looking to the server that was on Amazon, and the entry point was on Amazon, it would be hard to convince him that now his entry point is on Azure, and absolutely another IP address. So, but it's not an issue if you actually build your own online network. So that is the solution for this.
Okay. So yeah, just because we don't run out of time. So now one interesting thing is that there is, you know, come on, show everything. So there are some containers right now. There are provide live migration. So live migration is something that is, so JLS provides since 2011 live migration. Docker is working on it to provide live migration. But there's other, you know, there's all kinds of technology that are doing this. One interesting thing is that live migration for containers is going to happen, right? So you know, the sooner you can start thinking about what you can do, how your applications, how your data centers, how your environment can benefit from this, because it's a reality today, right? We're doing this daily on our environments, running on top of Elastic, but other providers will allow this soon. So it's a nice way for you to think about how you can actually solve all the downtime problems with this. Okay?
Yeah, so as you can see, Run-C already had this. Docker will want to have this very soon because everything is developed right now. So you can see many demos with migration of Doom and everything else. So keep using new technologies.
Okay, so you know, if you want to do this in your environments, you know, talk to the guys from Elastic, because you know you can actually do this today. You don't need to wait for other things. And I'm not sure if you can have like one time for one question or something. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks a lot. Indeed. Okay, do we have one time for one question? Questions? Comments? No, the demo didn't work. That's a good comment.
Well, this is only applying to containers because you have the services attached to your provider like RDAs or cache or the balancers. This is only applied to containers. You need to have those databases like containers to yourself or booster your system, because when you migrate a container from one service to another, you will have that kind of activity and that kind of security requirements of that, or you handle that kind of situation. 3 or 4 stateless and containers applications.
Oh no. So containers in JLS are not stateless. They are very stateful. So we're talking about state here all the time. We're talking about data because the data is inside the container. So the thing is, we're moving today. I'm not sure. I think maybe we should have started this, but we're moving today to a world where everything we're going to be doing is more and more in containers, right? So that's like the a lot of people are doing this today, but more and more people are going to do. Docker containers are stateless, right? But even then, you can still have data containers, for example. And yes, the idea is to move everything. You move the data, move the state, really move even the state in the memory, right? So we're not talking about just kind of replicate the binary of the container, just start a new container there. We're actually moving the memory of one container, the state is in memory from one container to the same container running another provider with the same state in memory, right? So even if you have an in-memory database running one container, you move that in-memory database to another container, that's going to work because we're replicating the memory also, right? So yes, stateful containers.
Yeah, it's some real world. Many applications are really stateful. It's hard to make them stateless. For example, game servers, some kind of legacy search servers, so they're stateful by design, and it's hard to make them stateless, especially if it's legacy applications.
Yes, one of the good things is that once you can handle stateful containers, you can handle a lot of the legacy applications. Because a lot of the problems that people are having with containers today is that now they have to rethink their applications to run on the stateless containers kind of thing, and your application was not thought that way. But actually, you know, if you're using stateful containers, like that's the case that the last use stateful containers, then you don't need to change anything in your application. It just runs on the new platform, and then they are all containers. Yeah, so all the pieces are different containers, and then you can migrate the whole thing. Thank you very much. All right, thanks guys. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Oh, by the way, just a quick thing. Tomorrow I have a talk, me and Otávio Santana. We have a talk about CDI, containers, And the last dessert will be the last talk of the day, tomorrow, so don't miss that.
And the next talk's 10 past 6. 10 past 6 for the next talk.
Okay, thanks, guys. Yes. Yes, yes. Yeah, we should do that now, right? We're actually
doing it right now, so you can go
right now. If you talk to those guys, there's lots of people live. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to need to go.
Hello again. Thank you so much. Thank you too. Thank you very much. Thank you. How are you doing?
Very much.